National Gymnastics Arena in Baku is standing by for the second session of artistic gymnastics. Another great day in the Azerbaijan capital. This really is one of the feature venues, completed only last year. A magnificent training facility for rhythmic gymnastics, primarily for Azerbaijan. But for these games, it's turning it on for the rhythmic, artistic, acrobatic, aerobic and trampolining. It's most unusual to have those 5 disciplines all at the same games, but here we have them, and we are set to continue men's and women's qualification in the artistic. So there's several competitions in one. We'll endeavour to explain that to you as we roll along. But, John, we've already had a great session, much more to look forward to today.
Well, it certainly was a fantastic session this morning. Great crowd, and the disciplines that follow this afternoon, if they're anything like what preceded them, then we're in for a fantastic session of gymnastics.
So the men with 6 apparatus, of course, and women 4. And what they're doing is each gymnast will perform half of what's required today, and the other 2 or 3 apparatus tomorrow. So holding back on beam and floor for the women until tomorrow.
And we've seen a lot of the team dynamic in this team event in the earlier session, where team members may just have a little bit of a problem with the execution of their particular piece of apparatus, but then it almost spurs their teammates on to make sure that they nail what it is they have to do. And there's pressure all round in this. You know, if you've got the opportunity to pick it back up, but you've also got the opportunity to take advantage of the performance that's preceded you and then take it to another level. So this team event is really a fascinating encounter for all the countries involved.
And it's not until tomorrow evening that we can declare a winner in the team competition, and also which gymnasts have qualified for what's known as the all-around final, and also the various apparatus finals.
It's another great crowd.
Yep.
This rhythmic gymnastics centre, which has been changed and turned into an artistic arena, and that just indicates that the Azerbaijani population, the Azeri population in this city, are not only sort of keen followers of the sport, but they're also sort of intelligent followers. They understand what it is about, the pressure of these type of events and the competition and the opportunity to excel for their gymnasts.
The metro station quite close by the National Gymnastics Arena, and also the main stadium. So it's pretty easy to get to, line straight into the city.
And the other good thing, of course, it's easy to navigate. So, you know, on one side of the motorway you have the gymnastics centre, the other side of the motorway you have the massive Olympic Stadium, so you can't miss them if you're looking for them.
Athletes will be making their way in fairly shortly.
The great thing about this event, Steve, is that once they do come in, they know that there's no messing about. You know, they get up, the judges get into their seats, and the gymnasts know that the rotations they're on, and they also know that they're going to be moving around quite a bit too.
Netherlands, Lithuania and Iceland represented in that first group on floor. Pommels will find Azerbaijan and Ukraine. Hence the great number of Azerbaijan flags in the room. Oleg Vanayev standouts here. Could be a good challenger for the Russians, Belyavsky and Ignatiev. Hungary and Portugal will start on the rings. A little unusually for artistic gymnastics, men and women competing simultaneously. Switzerland commencing on the vault in this session. And we'll also have Germany and Israel represented on uneven bars. So Felden, the sole athlete from Israel.
Judges all lined up, ready to go. No major incidents from the earlier session.
I have to give them a big tick for that, because often the judging panels can't agree on what they've just seen and what marks should be given. There were very few judging delays in the opening session. Touch wood. Keep that good work up. They're teams within teams, really, the judging panels.
Well, they are, and you know, they come from a host of different countries, and I guess they'll have a common language in terms of how they mark. That's the common language, but whether they all speak the same language is, you know, the interesting conundrum of international sport. I would think they would do.
So Felden on her own there, but 3 member teams from Germany and Switzerland on the women's side of the competition. Bigger field initially for the men, and what's going to happen in this session is that towards the end the women's competition will keep rolling along and the men will have finished. Hungary and Portugal to the rings. It's interesting to see if anyone can get near that amazing routine of Petronius from Greece when he posted a 15.733. Forward to seeing him in the rings final. Petronius. It's a mighty routine.
And the noise from the crowd gives one indication. That's the Azerbaijan team enter. And the one thing's guaranteed in this session is that the noise in the arena, with the seats all gone, that the flag waving, there'll be a few flags, but predominantly it'll be the Azerbaijan flag that will be flying around the stadium.
Rokas Guskinas from Lithuania and Valgard Reinhardsson from Iceland. Sole representatives for their country on floor, joining the team from the Netherlands. Germany and Israel on uneven bars. So they're all getting a touch, or at least the first 3 are. They're breaking these subdivisions in 2.
And of course, this is just a continuation of what's been happening sort of in the 20 minutes preceding this, before they come out into the arena. They'll be in the practice hall, and they'll be running through their routines. They wouldn't be doing the full routine probably, but they may well be doing just parts of it just to reassure themselves, get the confidence, just get the concentration, get that little bit of extra focus, and just making sure that they've got something just to rely on which helps them trigger the performance that they're performing. And these little anchors, these little sort of ties that you make as a performer are absolutely fundamental in these stressful, exciting, nerve-tingling environments. And,
the fellow that might be feeling it the most is the first man from Azerbaijan up on pommels, Eldar Safarov.
well, he'll do one of two things. He'll either have testosterone and nerve-jingling energy going through his veins to to overexcite him, and he'll blow up, or he'll just put the lid on it and use it to good effect through his routine. So it will be fascinating to see what effect does the crowd have on you as a performer. No answers less than 1,000 words, please. And if Brett Ince is listening in England, in the UK, he can submit that essay when I return to the UK.
You a hard marker?
No, I'm a nice guy.
Leah Greiser in 4.36. And across on the vault, we've got Jessica Diachi of Switzerland.
It's just fascinating for me to just see, with so many sort of different apparatus in operation at the same time, just seeing all the rituals that are going on and how different, how people compose themselves, how people sort of look at the coach, how they don't, how they look at the crowd. And this guy has got the chance to impress.
Eldar Safarov, Azerbaijan gets a big cheer. Oh, he's struggling through the early moments. I don't think he's quite master of this one. It's a very technical and difficult apparatus, and off he comes. Less than inspiring start.
Well, really heavily strapped shoulder. And the one thing you don't want to have in gymnastics is that rotator cuff, that shoulder area, having any impingement and pain. Because every time you sort of put it through a range, either forwards or backwards, or up or down, you just know it's going to catch you.
He did compete at the World Championships last year in China without reaching a final. They got the routine down at least.
Well, he's got almost a resigned recognition that he was just going to struggle in that. But to his credit, he's gone back on, and to his additional credit, he's walked away with a bit of a smile on his face in what was obviously a very difficult situation.
There was only one mark above 15 on pommels in the first session. Betoncel of Slovenia. Anyway, we'll go across to the women's competition. Julia Steingruber, second up on vault for Switzerland, and she's nominated to do 2 vaults. Let's see if she actually does. So the athletes who want to make the vault final must do 2 different vaults. If they're just looking to contribute to the team and perhaps make the all-around final, 1 is enough. For Safarov, very modest 9.133. Oh, great vault. Really attacked the runway, did Steingruber.
Yeah, you can see the focus here. Great acceleration into takeoff zone, and then great block, and that just puts her up, just stays within the parallel lines, the other side of the vault. Acceleration in, good block, lots of twists recovery was spot on. So that's a good vault for an opening vault.
A little bit of experience behind her now at 20 years of age. Just missed the vault final in London. Gruber again, different vault, similar result, a perfect landing nearly, and she looks very confident on this apparatus. It's clearly one of her best. Got better results on it.
Again, good focus into the setup, and very accomplished performance from the Smith gymnast. Right on the line. So good onto the vault itself, and then off it she was as straight as a die, lands right on that centre line.
Had a 5th at the World Championships on vault last year in Nanning. Back to pommels. Oleg Stepko. So much more confident than Safarov. Clearly got some ability on this one.
Well, if he can keep this going, he's got some good flares there that have, you know, well positioned above the handles, and he's been very smooth in the whole of the routine so far.
Leg form's been sound. Quite a long pommels routine as well. So Stepko through to the handstand finish, and a twisting dismount is that is quite something. So Oleg Stepko.
That phrase, that well-worn phrase, the crowd go mad, I think is probably as true as we've had in either session so far, and he points his finger to the air, says, take that. Oh, good performance.
Absolutely. And 15.333. And Stepko has got the new high score on pommels, so he's the number one ranked gymnast. Straight across to rings, Norbert Judar.
Goes up, he's got to hold that for 2 seconds, which he does this time. He was a bit short on an earlier handstand position. And step back, but nearly sort of nailed that, but just had to put his foot back to keep himself in balance. And he could be reasonably pleased with that.
Yeah, just 19 and from Budapest. Still acquiring the strength needed to master the rings. But he is pretty solid across all 6 of the men's apparatus. Particularly good on vault and P-bars. .14.849, the average of the 2 bolts from Julia Steingruber, and a 15.466 for the first. So I think we're going to see her in the final. She's certainly got the results behind her to suggest she should be in it.
just waiting for Dudas there. He's 13.366.
For Ukraine on pommels, Mikta Yermak. So a pretty high-level start to this second session with some eye-catching performances, men and women. Always in trouble, somehow kept it going. Couple of breaks in leg form and a very simple dismount.
The thing with this particular event is that just a minimal movement, a change in velocity, or just a loss of concentration, and the legs just go or drop, and if you touch anything, then effectively you decelerate so much. Just to continue is an achievement. So he kept the dismount pretty simple. Got through his routine without too many hiccups, but there was a mid-period there that just sorted him out, and he struggled for about 4 or 5 seconds just to get the movements going again.
Third of the Ukraine athletes, Oleg Vanayev. Look forward to seeing him. Got some decent results behind him. He's a London Olympian. Vasco Barata of Portugal. Barata just struggling to hold the handstand. Some movement in the rings. Nice job on the dismount, though.
Yeah, he had a moment there where he must have been thinking, whoa, I'm going to lose control here, but pulled himself together, and he nailed the dismount. Got a great landing, stood strong.
Oleg Vanayev coming up shortly on pommels. Vanayev from Kiev. Oh, the hand movement's so assured, so precise.
I think they're the quickest hands I've seen today on the pommel.
Oh, and sometimes they come off and you don't even see what the problem is, but the gymnast knows they've lost their control. They're not over the hand that they need to be, and he didn't seem to be in bother.
No, and they have no time to put it right either, so they're moving so quickly or through such ranges that as soon as just that minimum contact that's required is lost, then the movement is lost. So it has some pretty dire consequences, but again, used to perhaps getting back on to finish the routine. But he was going so well. Possibly he was going too quick, you know, it just looked like he just lost control at the moment when he needed to have control. He just was going so fast, so disappointed.
Yes, certainly looking forward to seeing him on P-bars as well, where he is the current world champion. Some of his work in the middle of the routine, though, with these precise, quick hand movements. The legs drifted apart, and that was that.
In 1 second, you just lose that moment.
Bernardo da Costa Almeida from Portugal. Straightforward dismount, but well done.
And a bit of wavering in his handstands, and then towards the end he actually started to get almost more confident as he came towards the end of the routine, and a fairly simple, straightforward dismount.
Yermak, useful score of 13.566 on pommels. Top 15 at the moment. That won't see him into the apparatus final, though. Verneyev, 14.7, and that's with the departure from the apparatus, and so his fifth best score, even with a 4.
And, you know, on reflection, you know, the hand movement alone up until the point he came off were exceptional, probably the best we've seen today.
Barata, 12.8. Samoa Almeida is the last of the Portuguese gymnasts up on rings.
You can almost see his mind ticking over there, just going through his pre-routine ritual, just imagery probably being used just to see either the start or the first 5-10 seconds of the movement.
Yes, and every few seconds his eyes got to go back to the scoreboard, make sure he hasn't been given the green light. Don't like to keep the judges waiting.
That's pretty steady.
Yeah, excellent position for his first 2 strength holds.
Great discipline as he applies the pressure through the ring, just to make sure it doesn't move around. See those fingers sort of twitching, taking a bit of a rest from the grip, but the palms are taking the pressure.
Good dismount from Almeida, who competed at the World Championships last year. No particularly outstanding results. The Portuguese team finished 31st. And his individual apparatus results, nothing outstanding, nothing even in the top 50. But he's put it all together here initially on rings.
And a very tidy, twisting, rotational dismount to land, and great control on the landing. And the judges will recognize that.
Still Petrunius is 15-7, score to beat on rings. Almeida having finished there. The end of the first rotation in this second session. The Hungarian and Portuguese athletes will go across to floor. Azerbaijan and Ukraine to the rings. Netherlands, Lithuania and Iceland to pommels. Women also move on. Just going between the vault and uneven bars. .14.066 for Almeida. Difficulty of 5.6. Just holding him back a little, perhaps. Good marks for execution. Hungary will precede Portugal on floor in the second rotation.
And they'll just go on, and they'll have a few seconds, whatever the time limit is for the warm-up, just to get used to the surface and just make sure that they are familiar, their feet are familiar with what they're working on.
5 competitors to go up on pommels. The golfer Jordan Spieth thinks all these equipment's named after him. If I spoke better German, I'd be able to tell you what that word means. It does have a meaning in German. We'll come back to you on that one. We'll do a little bit of research.
And you can see that all of these pieces of apparatus have their own adjustments that can be made to suit the needs, within certain tolerances anyway, the needs and specific needs of the gymnast, because all gymnasts come in different shapes and sizes, but generally it will be a height difference, a length of arm span, or a leg length. Leg length certainly in the uneven bars where it's crucial that you've got space to move between.
Middle High German word meaning speedy or successful. For Spieth, that's a great name, I think, for gymnastic equipment. So someone's been on the ball there. Anyway, let's get back to what we're really here for. Baloggio, Switzerland, uneven bars. Just warming up.
Well, I'm not sure whether that was her first attempt. She's coming off, or she didn't chalk up in the way that she should. She just looked at the clock there, I think, over her shoulder, just to check she's got the time. But it's a little agitated.
Oops, and again. So this is a very unhappy routine for Baloggio.
Well, of course, if somebody does miss out on a score in any of the disciplines, that has a pretty serious effect on the team competition. So she's got to come back into where she perhaps left off and pick up as best she can. Well done. That was a release and she caught it.
Well, that's the end of a pretty disastrous routine, not just for her, but also for the team. But Ballocchio in the town of Riazzino, Switzerland.
Unfortunately, when that happens, Steve, you know, it's a contagion, isn't it? You know, it's like you just go wrong once and then you got all these devils in your head. To shut them off is very, very difficult. So this is Seeks, Elizabeth Seeks. This happened her first attempt.
Year-old from Niederkirchen. Part of the German team in the London Games. German team finished 9th. And the German athletes down to do 2 vaults and to chase a place in the vault final. Round off on the board.
Yeah, good shapes through onto the board. The round off was fairly tidy, but the running was just tight. You can see her shoulders were up and sort of her neck wasn't long and relaxed, and that's going to influence the speed you can generate on the runway, because you just need to relax from your toes to your top of your head as you come running in to attack the vault. So this is Caterina Bologgio of Switzerland.
Saw her problems on asymmetric bars and just a 10.266. It's a bit of a handbrake on their total. Julia Steingruber, who looked very good on vault.
Well, they can't, of course, let the preceding performer affect their own performance because of the individual round.
Second release. She'll be getting set for the dismount. Double front. She did connect the elements very well. She's quite confident gymnast on this apparatus as well as the vault. Just not really reaching the vertical a couple of times on handstand moves, but the dismount, and he's drifting apart a little.
Yeah, looking a little ungainly, but in terms of catching it on the floor when she landed, she did a pretty good job. .13.066.
Steingruber. Hungry. He managed to keep his foot inside the line, no penalty there. Oops, this Flair's more of a crowd pleaser than a point gatherer. 20 seconds left now. That changes colour. And there's a tone to let him know that he's got to finish up, and he does well. Spots that landing. Norbert Duda.
And plenty of space built into the recovery if he needed to take a step there. So he would have been comfortable with a step to recover, but just a small shuffle of the feet to get him to stand up.
Sights 14.033 on the vault. To Azerbaijan and Petro Patniuk, third man up for his country on rings.
Now he has a problem. I think that bicep is either torn. He knew something was wrong as soon as he went up onto the ring. He lost his grip pretty quickly. The first movement, you can see there, and unfortunately he's going to be unable to hold it, and that could be a tear in the bicep there. You can see him clutching in the bicep on the left side, and that hurts.
Yeah. If it's a serious tear, then that's a long time out of sport.
But it's such a functional muscle in this game. You know, it's it just, you know, you just can't operate one-handed, can you? So
Pectoral and bicep tears they put people out of contact sport for a long time, and of course the gymnastics likewise. Dudaf 12.533 on floor. Disappointing for the home fans to see their man injured.
yeah, because with 3 in, that means that if they don't get any points, then they really struggle in the team event. Well, the ice comes out. He'd be absolutely inconsolable in front of the home crowd. He must have had something in there that was prior to the competition, because things don't generally, you know, you get to these championships, you see a lot of tape around the place, and people taped up, and if you have got a problem, this is where you're going to find out if it's a problem that you shouldn't have been competing, because this is the last place you want to break down.
Upsetting for other gymnasts when they see one of their comrades injured. Rokas Guskinas, Lithuania, awaiting his turn on pommels.
They have no team representation, so he's just in here joining in the group of the main team to just get through the disciplines. This is Guskinas of Lithuania on the pommel.
Olympian, didn't make any finals, but was 13th in pommels, so just missed that one. And off he goes too. The leg form left him, and then he left the pommels. 14.266 in London, and having come off here, he's doing well to get near that. '25th all around at the World Championships 2 years ago in Antwerp.
Well, pretty simple dismount, but that fall off the pommel will be marked against him, and he'll be very disappointed with that.
I wonder if he didn't actually bail out of his scheduled dismount, because that's where you can gather some points. Felden of Israel.
One gymnast, one coach. That's a pretty good ratio, isn't it?
You happy with that?
So pretty tidy. You can see the heavily strapped ankles that they have in this particular discipline, because the landing forces, they go so high off that vault, and you can see those ankles flexed and just land. And, although it's a soft surface, the forces that have to be absorbed are pretty high.
Often see an ankle rolled on the vault landings. Goscanas, 13.7. Not too much body fat there, I'm thinking. John.
I was just thinking, I saw that earlier today in the mirror, but there again. Perhaps I didn't. Just going to suggest the coach didn't actually have a go. No matter how tempted he was. Don't do it.
So Portugal's Bernardo da Costa Almeida. Top scorer on floor at the moment belongs to Zapata from Spain with a 15.3, followed by Belyavsky of Russia and Hamushin of Germany, all in the low 15s. And there goes the 10th as he steps out.
The next gymnast representing Ukraine on the ring is Oleg Vanayev.
Wow, good finish.
Well, apart from that indiscretion, that foot just out in that top left-hand side of the square, the line that goes around the floor area, that was a pretty good performance throughout.
Scores in for Felden on vault 13 exactly. No attempt at a second vault. Here's our friend Oleg Vanayev from Ukraine. Coach looks like he can bench press his athlete.
Yeah, this is one of the smaller gymnasts in the hall. Actually, he just looks quite petite compared to the coach. Best coach, the giant.
Pound for pound, though, he'd certainly be one of the stronger. The arms could be straighter on that cross.
And good dismount. Caught that, nailed the landing, and he punches his fist. He quite liked that.
Good score, would be something in the high 14s. Not expecting with that difficulty to get near Petronius's 15.7. high 14s.
Yeah, there were one or two nice features of that. Some of the early stuff was he didn't hold it for 2 seconds, but that dismount was pretty good.
Costa Almeida, 13-1 on the floor. We saw that 10th penalty. He did step out of the area. Well, Vanayev, well, that really was an excellent routine. That's into second spot in the overall rings standings, 15-2. Also helped the Ukraine team overall.
Just confirms we won't be asked to join the judging panel.
No. It's just as well. A man to come from Ukraine on rings. It's Igor Radivilov.
That's pretty parallel.
Oh, that horizontal hold position, beautifully done. And a second. Moves effortlessly, it seems, into the crucifix. Makes absolute sense to get these strength elements out of the way before rolling through the rings. And the inverted cross, you've got very level shoulders there. Nice and steady in the handstand. Radivilov just needs full concentration for the dismount now. Held that maybe too long. He was thinking about that and he got it right. Radivilov, powerful man.
Well, he had a hard act to follow from his colleague, who got a 15+ score, and you have to say that I thought that actually was better. Far better men than me have made judgment on that, but those horizontal sort of parallel positions were fantastic. And he was so steady when he went back up into the high jump and came back into that inverted cross and just shuffled his feet a fraction. So you see the judge's pens writing as he landed and moved his feet. But that was a great performance.
So just seen Vanayev, also from Ukraine, post a 15-2. Only 3 scores in the 15 so far on rings. I'm sweating on that score from Radivilov to see where it sits in relation to Petrunius and Vanayev. And Radivilov slides in between them with an excellent score, 15.566, second best of the day.
Perhaps we could be judges. No, I'm only joking.
Team standings, well, after those great routines on rings from Ukraine, they find themselves leading the Russian Federation from Spain. Azerbaijan, but they're going to have personnel problems after an injury. We think Great Britain, Germany, Greece and Switzerland. For the women, Russian Federation had a very good early session. Germany, Hungary, Switzerland, Great Britain in 5th, and a bit of a gap back to Ukraine in 6th. To the 3rd rotation, and that means for the men, Azerbaijan and Ukraine.
Well, one of the Azerbaijan athletes, can't quite remember who it is, who suffered the injury, I would find it difficult to perform on the floor.
Was it Paknuk?
Yeah, I think it was.
Chabo Babos Duda for Hungary. Portugal trio will follow on pommels. That's the Netherlands, with the single athletes from Lithuania and Iceland. Rings. Change of personnel now for the women. There's some more athletes come into the arena for what is the 5th of 8 subdivisions for the women. Athletes from Spain, the Netherlands, Georgia, Serbia, Cyprus and Romania. So Spain and the Netherlands on bars.
And they're quickly out onto the behind the graphic there. You can see them hastily sort of cleaning the bar and washing it and just making sure that it's got the right sort of contact requirements for them. And there we go through the routines of preparation.
One of the challenges for officials overseeing a competition like this is to make sure that every athlete gets a similar amount of time to familiarise themselves with the apparatus.
Well, it's like every major game you go to, no matter what event, you know, this is the same in track and field, and, you know, the constraints of this major games within the field of play is overreaching it. You know, they have to operate to a timetable, they can't have one thing for one and another rule for another, so it has to be as fair and as straightforward as it is possible to do so. You know, they even put chalk on their feet. Yeah. Well, the Azerbaijan athlete that came off the ring, he may be able to. Now he's trying to find out whether he can rotate. If he's done his bicep, you have to say that it's going to be very, very, very difficult to.
Yeah, and it is Petro Paknuk who's got the difficulty. That's not good.
Well, the thing is, Steve, is that this could be long time injury. So, you know, he'll be wanting to try and do something for the team, but in reality, they'll be very worried about, you know, his future in the sport potentially. If you really do rip it off, say rip the insertion off the tendon, and another one of their performers is down with a leg problem. Or was that the Lithuanian, perhaps?
It's the Azerbaijan
Is it? Right,
tending to him. So
yeah, he came off the floor and sort of stopped.
So we're hearing now that Paknuk will take no further part today.
And they'll have to strap that to isolate it if there is a tear in that bicep tendon. The insertion to the shoulder is, you know, that's pretty serious.
Eldar Safarov, his teammate, recommence competition. Such a shame for Paknuk because the knock-on effect is serious. He can't make apparatus finals, can't make the all-around final, and he hurts the team effort. Just got a little offline at the end of that row. Safarov. twisting and tumbling, John. You're rotating the body across a couple of different axes. And very easy to get it offline.
Absolutely, and of course, if you go offline, you lose the strength of what you have in line. So, you know, it just causes all sorts of challenges. And you can see there that absorption of force, and it can take you the way you don't want to go.
Well, the hands went down, but he kept his body up off the floor. It could have been a bigger deduction, and that's part of it, fighting against a bigger deduction.
Well, you could see him spot the floor, but they just don't come down underneath him in time, and this whole angle of landing is just bad in terms of where his centre of balance is, and he can't stand up on it.
Claudia Colom, second up for Spain on uneven bars. Just caught that a little close to the bar. I think these overhead cameras be a great coaching tool. Oh, the rhythm wasn't quite there from the start.
No, and that first error being close to that top bar just means that, you know, you're out of position and you're in recovery mission then. And of course, it makes it very difficult to finish off your routine.
When the gymnast doesn't catch the bar at full stretch, they lose momentum, lose pace. Very hard to retrieve it in a hurry. Dismount for Colom. Double straight.
And despite the problems early on, that was tidy. You could almost see she was happy to get that speed going on those big turns. And it gave her the momentum for what was a very tidy dismount. So the facial expression tells the story.
Well, there's so much training, preparation, effort goes into getting it right in the training hall, but the ability to deliver when it all matters is another matter. Did get a little untidy with the ankles just prior to the dismount, but Claudia Colom, I hope the teammates can support her through that apparatus, and with a couple of good scores. Safarov 11.66. Difficulty a bit low there at 4.5, but it's a developing program in Azerbaijan. Oleg Stepko. That left knee can't be too bad. How much support can you give it?
Well, he's getting great height, and you have to say that this is a really good performance so far, and if the knee holds up,
it's a very difficult combination, and to connect them as well as he's done, outstanding for Stepko.
well, he's a man inspired. You know, he's had two of his teammates sort of just struggle, and one's injured out of the competition now. And the crowd are loving this. They think it's fantastic. He's caught their attention, and he's rising to the challenge, taking the support.
Should be his last tumbling row. Oh no, so disappointing. A really high tucked double front, and he didn't land it. He was enjoying it until the last second.
What a great attempt that was, because if he'd stood up on that, that would have actually been a very good floor performance. just slipped on landing, didn't he? His backside was just back behind his heels, and he just couldn't quite get onto the toes just to push up and stand up off it. Good attempt.
Yeah. 13.866. 0.1 penalty. Having a great time. Spectators at the gymnastics. They've got so much to watch now with this side-by-side competition with the men and women. I don't believe it. Petropachniuk is going to attempt a floor routine. We were led to believe he'd withdrawn.
Right, if this doesn't get the crowd going, this is almost tear-making. He's just so focused here. Having looked like he'd torn his bicep on his left arm, you can see it really heavily strapped. And he's going through this as if he hasn't got a problem.
I wonder if he's made any minor adjustments to... This is where he'll test it. This might be really fighting through some pain, I think, John.
Well, we talk about resilience being a trait that psychologically you need to have, but this is absolutely fantastic. And the crowd recognise it, and they really are supporting him throughout this sequence of moves.
Petropachniuk doesn't want to let his team or country down. Brilliant. Well, that's courageous, it's skillful, it ticks all the boxes of what we love seeing in elite sport.
Well, I really don't believe he's done that, particularly these moves, which is going to pinch that bicep into the shoulder on that left arm, like as if you've got somebody in there trying to get out. So, what a performance that was. That's the performance of the day so far for me. Because he was out, he had ice. He had an igloo around his arm. And he's come back out.
He's crashed through the pain barrier and given a great performance, and the ice goes straight back on, the strapping's off. And
well, I really do hope he's not going to have any long-term problems and that his recovery. But look at this.
That's a good score, 14.833 on floor.
Now, that's probably the best score with a tear in your bicep in any competition that I've witnessed.
I tell you, it's the sixth best of the day. 11.2, Claudia Colom on asymmetric pass for Spain, but Pachniuk with a bad shoulder has posted a 14.833. It may not stand up to get him into the floor final, but he'd have a couple of days off of treatment that might help him get there if he were to qualify.
Well, once the adrenaline comes out of his system, I think he'll know he's got a problem. The crowd took the pain away.
The crowd won't be going home with him tonight.
They won't be in the room there. He'll just have his throbbing bicep, unfortunately.
And a bucket of ice. Yeah. Still got the Ukraine athletes to come on floor, so we're just halfway through this third rotation. It's desperate to keep going because Azerbaijan are in a great position here.
Well, if he hadn't done that, and don't forget, he didn't record. Did he record a score on his rings?
No.
He didn't get a mark.
No. The two other okay scores. Going to Ukraine's Viktor Yermak.
The audience still sort of settling down after that heroic performance from Pachniak, who we thought was out with an injury, but suddenly he appeared, so he couldn't have been out, otherwise he would have been out. And then he came up and he nailed a floor performance to put him in 6th position with a damaged bicep. That really is a stunning sign, an indication of resilience of the highest order.
Yermak, part of the Ukraine team, which finished 9th at the World Championships last year in Nanning.
On pommel balls from Portugal is Lasco Loretta.
Gymnasts do attempt to use all parts of the floor.
From the eastern top of the Netherlands, the first contestant from the Netherlands on that apparatus.
Of course, what we'll see when the women come to the floor exercises, their routines accompanied by music, and they're 20 seconds longer. Did well to get through his last twist, and thanks the crowd here, because that was his last routine today.
And the crowd have been a huge support to not just the Azeri athletes that are performing, but they've been supporting all of the performers, and that's very humble of them, and they really do appreciate it.
Laura Yerka of Romania, crossing the vault. Romanians traditionally very good vaulters. Oh, just springs up from the landing there. Little pocket dynamo.
Good speed on the runway. Great setup onto the vault. You can see those hands just almost brush, but provide the perfect block. Takes her up, and she has so much time in the air to execute whatever she's going to do in the air. And you can see those rotations, twists.
Height and length off the vault. And a 14.8.
It's a 9 for execution, so that's up there in terms of being good at what you do.
Yermak 14.466 on floor for Ukraine. Next to the Romanians, Silvia Zazu.
14.333, the score for Silvia Zazu of Romania on vault.
Vault a safer competition than it used to be. They changed the design of it. It's more of a platform than a vault.
Yeah, there's a great opportunity not to miss it now, as opposed to previously.
Let's not revisit the setting of the wrong height at the Sydney Olympics.
Well, there you go.
No, they're still looking for someone to blame for that.
Now, is this a 2-vault performer?
No, she's not. In fact, I'm
Just
just
seen her run
surprised
back to the start.
Yeah,
I was
well,
just wondering whether she was.
Well, she may be, but she wasn't nominated to. The start list that we were given came out reasonably early, and although some gymnasts were accurately noted as being 2-vault performers, some weren't and have done 2.
Well, that was pretty tidy. Even her ponytail was synchronized.
I'm not quite sure how you do that. Is it because your hair wouldn't behave that you shaved it all off, John?
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it on, 12.566. Still got Oleg Vanayev to look forward to on floor for Ukraine.
Well, they're still riding high from the scores they achieved on the rings. And, you know, if they carry that sort of performance into the floor routine, then the Ukrainians are going to be creeping up the team scoreboard.
So the final competitor on the floor in this round, representing Ukraine, is Oleg Vanayev.
Okay, puts the bag of tricks to one side. And Vanayev is ready. Chose an interesting start position halfway along one side of the square. Whoa, my goodness. The controller, it looked like it was out of control, the second lot of twists. Oh, Vanayev.
Wow, this is a fantastic start to the routine. And using every inch of the floor, as Steve has indicated, starting in an unusual position and then twisting his way around the floor.
Next on the course,
Great width in that handspring.
Ranked 21st at the London Olympics on floor. Parallel bars gold medalist from last year at the World Championships. Well, he seems to have boundless energy and an ability to twist in these tumbling rows that few can match. I'll just be looking for better results for him on floor if he can repeat that.
If he can do that and be consistent, you've got to say that perhaps with a bit more difficulty in other areas, but certainly the twisting regime, that's the best twister we've had today.
Yeah, 2.5, and then he was in a very parallel position to the floor very late and still rescued it.
Almost a nonchalant sort of few steps into the final phase of the routine, but he knows that he's nailed that. Good performance.
Get full value for those twists. You must get right around. 2.5 or the 2 or the 1.5, whatever it might be. Don't end up facing 3/4. The judges won't give it to you, at least not full value.
Well, the Ukrainians showing their intent. They did it in the rings. They got a couple of very good scores, and now a couple of good performances.
15-1 equals second best, sitting beside Belyavsky of Russia, and a 0.2 behind Zapata of Spain. He remains unchallenged after performing quite early in the day. Good performances. So that will be it for those competitors from Azerbaijan and Ukraine. They finished the first 3 of their events out of 6. They'll come back 24 hours and resume.
And as soon as it's a hive of activity 1 minute, and then the rotations mean that they just move off, then suddenly there's nobody in the gym.
Yeah. For the women, there's standings. Very slim lead for the Russian Federation from Germany, Switzerland, Romania, Great Britain, Hungary, Ukraine, and the Netherlands. So the Ukraine women's team not as strong as the men's. And through positions 9 to 14, Belarus trailing the field. So Ukraine have just moved to the lead ahead of the Russian Federation from Azerbaijan, then Great Britain. So we've got injured athletes, high quality performances, all the sort of drama that you want in your sporting contest. You don't want injuries, but you don't mind seeing courageous performances.
Well, these performers are on the edge, aren't they? So on the edge of performance in performance terms, and it just means that, you know, you can be in perfect shape 1 second, and then within the next second, you've torn something or you've just landed really awkwardly.
It's on to the vault for Spain and the Netherlands. Lisa Top, the last of the Dutch girls, has nominated that she may be doing 2 vaults. When they are warming up like that, they don't try and stick the landing. They just take the stress out of the landing and potential injury to ankles and just sort of roll out of it.
Yeah, as long as it's what they call in coaching parlance deliberate practice. You know, if you're going to stick it, you stick it. If you don't, then you're prepared for it. So that's the deliberateness of your intent. So it's a good way to make sure that you focusing on certain elements, but it's not going to be the landing. Although obviously you've got to think about how you land, but you know, don't hit it hard.
Ana Perez, Claudia Colom and Ainhoa Carmona are the athletes from Spain. Three solo athletes and 3 from Romania on asymmetric bars. Give the organisers a pat on the back. They're running exactly to time at the moment. And judges also. It's a genuine frustration for spectators when there's a 3 or 5 minute delay for a score. You see it plenty of times and understand why it happens, but spectators don't enjoy it, nor do the athletes.
No, you just want things to go to time because you make detailed plans and you have contingency plans as an athlete, as a coach. You know, you plan for things not to quite go as smoothly as you would expect them to. But of course, when they do go on time, that just aids the performer, I think, ultimately.
John, we make plans. I mean, we've got places to go, things to do. We don't want hold-ups here.
Absolutely.
Nato Gigiguri from nearby Georgia. Toe shoot up to the higher bar. And a straightforward routine done pretty well by Nato Gigiguri.
Just thinking about those bottles, you know, security. They must come in empty, otherwise the security wouldn't let them through.
The water bottles.
Yeah, the water bottles. Yeah. Well, I got stopped with the water bottle, never give it up.
Perez. A couple of steps out of the landing. Spanish competitor.
And they're the other benefits of actually athletes coming to these big multi-sports games, because the security is just another element that you've got to manage. And, find the frustration. You suddenly take things into the performance area, the field of play, that previously you've had no problem with, and suddenly you're not allowed to take it through. You're stopped. And, it's a key part of what you use for your performance. So equipment such as, you know, water bottles, extra chalk, or whatever it might be that is yours. You know, sometimes.
Well, you've made me think of the question, John, about your own particular supplement, the electrolyte drink or whatever it might be that you like. Getting that through security.
Well, you wouldn't be able to get it through. You'd be able to take the powder through, but you wouldn't be able to take the drink. So either the coach makes a special arrangement, or you have to take it in powder form. You make it up when you get into the hall. Because when you're in the hall or in the field of play, wherever it is, you are genuinely looked after by everybody. Everybody wants you to perform at your optimal. So therefore, you get every assistance from, you know, from the crowd, from your coach, from other coaches, from other players. But getting in through security, these guys are there to do their job, and you find them some unbending, but they're doing their job.
13.6 on the vault for Perez.
Having said that, there's all sorts of places on the body you can make some sneaky sort of inroads, so you can hide things, you know? If you really want to get them, then they're yours. I'll say no more.
That might be why. It's Claudia Colom from Spain. Nice job there. I was just looking at her on the runway thinking, I know you'd like to get to work on some athletes like that. She doesn't have a lot of knee lift with her running. But still got the pace required to deliver a good vault.
Well, that's the interesting, you know, knee lift is almost giving you the opportunity to be slow in your approach, and actually she's just being very active on the floor with her strike, and feet are well placed right underneath the centre of balance, and she can generate force, you know, horizontally, which takes her in nicely to the vault in her check mark, and she can lay it up and block on the vault, as you can see when she comes here with her hands, and she's well balanced. She's set up, everything's really nice and straight, and almost a perfect landing. Feet either side of the white line, and just a mini step to just catch it. No, all in all, a nice, compact performance.
Chijiguri, 10.366. Just wasn't the difficulty in there. 3.2 is not going to allow her to score highly on asymmetric bars. Stalutza Savidou of Cyprus. Cyprus have made some serious progress in rhythmic gymnastics.
Yeah, good performance from the Cypriot. But actually the interesting thing for me was that the side on camera just showing how close the feet do get to that other bar when you're swinging on the higher bar of the two. And you go around and you come back up there and you swing around and you think, oh, wow, you know, her feet are going to touch it if you're not careful there. She goes into straddle and actually just sort of releases or reduces the length between there. But in that, she has to do that because she's actually quite a tall gymnast.
There's no reduction at all for that, no allowance for their height to get around the top bar without crashing into the lower bar. That's all fine. There's no break of leg form for doing that.
No.
Colom, 13.866. Lovely smile. Ainhoa Carmona, third athlete for Spain up on vault. pace, very aggressive. A lot of power along the ground, but maybe not as much height as she might want.
No, got good length, and you know, in the recovery she even went a little further, so perhaps could have done with more height off the block. So, but the running again was, you know, from running that I've seen in the gym from vaulters, you know, sometimes they do look a bit scrappy, let's say. Whirling dervish comes to mind. So I think she's the fact she's talking about is sharing what she did with her colleagues and the opposition, that she was reasonably pleased with the outcome of that particular vault. The ankles, you know, take a pounding, don't they? So you can see, you know, layers of strapping coming off. You know, there's strapping, there's a compression sort of support, and she doesn't get. Oh, that was the Cyprus on the uneven bars, 10.333.
Only have 9 gymnasts so far who've done 2 vaults. Steingruber of Switzerland, quite superb with a 14.849 combined score. Just a reminder that for the athletes choosing to just do 1 vault, they're contributing to their team's score and a chance of making an all-around final, but they can't make the vault final unless they do 2 different vaults. Steingruber, Turkalyan of Russia, then Sim of Great Britain, top 3 qualifiers at the moment. Potential vault final.
Little shuffle of the pack. They move the padding from the takeoff area and just move that pop-up board to the right position. You'll see on the run-up when you go back to the start, there's different chalk marks, and it's just a reflection of the start mark and different lower leg length. Basically, the inner leg, you know, if it's longer, then you're going to take a bigger stride. If it's shorter, you're going to take a smaller stride.
Petite gymnasts, it's not easy with small hands to get a great grip on the bars, and certainly to protect them as well. But significant assistance. She looked a little rushed.
Yeah, it did look. She just wanted to get it done, and unfortunately just came off.
Bad luck for Jurka. Just got it a little offline, and she's struggling. So going to take an extra swing to get back into the routine. So she's got big deductions coming here.
She's just not got any pace on those rotations, has she? So she can't get into position. So compose yourself.
It's a shame. She's so elegant when she's moving well. Better finish. But, that's very disappointing for Laura Jurka.
But the crowd incredibly appreciative of Brazilians to get back up on there twice, having come off twice. And we were just talking about, you know, she is quite petite, and her hands would reflect that in terms of her size, and it just must be difficult to keep a grip.
And re-grasping after a release. Got to be in just the right position, and she wasn't on a couple of occasions.
So the emotions now sort of kick in, really, because she didn't display them when she came off, but unfortunately she'll go back to her bag, and that's when they kick over.
Lika Weavers, the Netherlands. post flight wasn't too good. Her head nearly touched the vault.
Yeah, again, and you know what happens at the end is almost a reflection of what's happened before. Now, she looked as though she had good pace into her setup onto the interval, but she seemed to lose all momentum as she went over it. So
13.533. Go back across to bars and Andrea Iridon. Let's turn into release. Great job, Iridon. She's done well to put in a good routine after what happened to her teammate. That was full of energy.
well, I guess when your teammate's done that, it does focus the mind. That can work two ways. It can focus the mind to make sure that you try not to make desperately try not to make the same mistake. That's a great catch. Or it can just put those little devils in your mind to say, oh dear, I don't want to do that. So instead of thinking positively, you start to think about what I shouldn't be doing. But that was a great effort from the young Romanian.
.433 for the Laura Jurka. Celine van Gerner. Interesting look.
Yeah, she looks as though she just heard her name around the corner, and it was unexpected.
Or mispronounced.
Yeah, mispronounced, that's true, yeah.
13.733. Barnes' performance of Iridon. Mustafina with a 15.2 has got the top score on bars today, followed by Schieder of Germany and Seitz, both with 15 exactly. Back to Komova, so Russia first and fourth, Germany second and third.
So the next performer from Romania on the Olympic class is Silvia Zarzu.
Good indication of where the medals might go there in the apparatus final for uneven bars.
So again, this is an example where you just get unsettled in your preparation prior to your attempt on whatever discipline. But here in the vault, you've just got an example where, for whatever reason, there's a delay, and you just have to put the chalk on your hands again, or whatever your pre-routine is, you just have to make sure you go through it again.
Silvia Zarzu from Anesti, Romania. Romanian team finished fourth at the World Championships last year, and Zarzu was part of that team. Half turn. Coach has got to be careful he makes no contact if she doesn't fall. Oh, and the hands go down, spoiling an otherwise very good routine from Silvia Zarzu. Put the bar at full stretch, that's the difference.
feet just separated a little bit, didn't it? And then when the landing came, there was still some rotation, twist in the body, so it was difficult to capture.
10-5. Zazu, difficulty very low. Slightly puzzled by that score, though.
Yeah. Didn't quite understand that, actually. Apart from the landing, it didn't look too bad.
Finally a chance for Frangiana to vault.
Yeah, she did a reasonable job. You see the focus for the layup. It's onto that, blocks, quite heavy on the hands, just sort of flexes those elbows a little bit, which is how you generate some force off it, but you don't want to lose too much.
13-8 for the Dutch gymnast.
Good, Lisa.
Lisa is Lisa Top. Last to go for the Dutch team on vault.
So the score coming through for first goal, 14.133.
So it looks as though she's had one vault. This is her second.
We're ready now for her second goal.
Nice job too, landing it right in the middle of the matting.
Yeah, that's a pretty good attempt, isn't it? The first two steps of her run-up a bit wasted in terms of she walks into it, but once she does get going, she runs quite well. Layup, good block, and just a slight realignment and adjustment on the landing. But pretty good job done.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the round. And as we thank the outgoing women, they'll be welcoming in our new gymnasts.
Oh, left that there. Better get that. 2 vaults in the 14, so 14.066. Usually rely on the Netherlands to work some orange in somewhere on the uniform.
That's right.
It's absolutely obligatory. So let's bring you up to date on where the women's teams sit. Russian Federation back in the lead ahead of Germany, and then a couple of points back to Hungary, close by the Netherlands, then Switzerland, Great Britain, Romania and Spain. Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Denmark, Belarus still in 14th position in the team competition. We'll know the medalists for that in about 24 hours' time.
And in March, the new rotation. So this is subdivision 4. First rotation will be the floor exercise, and you can see Latvia and Norway will be their start point.
3 each from those 2 countries. And a mixed group on pommels. Georgia, Cyprus and Israel represented, plus 3 from Bulgaria. Alexander Shatilov from Israel Very experienced gymnast. And it'll be Finland and Belarus on the rings.
So these competitors trying to chase those top spots at the moment. All of our other teams have to just wait and watch and think what they have to do tomorrow. So if they complete 3 routines, they'll be pleased, they can relax, but then they have another job of work to do again tomorrow.
Now, I think one of the best things about these games is seeing all of the nations come together. And we've popped up here to where the athletes are spectating. It's really great to catch up with some of the gymnasts. And I've got a team from Denmark here who were competing this morning. So we've got the girls here. So tell me, how you liking Baku? What do you think of the village?
And you can see them just making some adjustments to the handles on the pommel. Just something that you can do depending on your performer. So just testing out this equipment prior to getting into the competition proper.
Locals will be really now anticipating the pommels final when it comes around, because Oleg Stepko is still the highest qualifier with a 15.3 on pommels, followed by Slovenia and Russia, Batonshel and Belyavsky. First look at the athletes from Latvia and Sergei Pozhnikovs. Competition number 153.
Gymnast coaches, that concludes the warm-up. Let's get this competition underway as our gymnasts step up to perform for the first time.
He's been waiting a good while for his opportunity, and now it's here.
Representing Latvia.
See what he can do with it.
Sergei Pozhnikov. And on pommels,
22-year-old sets off. Generate tremendous height off the sprung floor. Not too much in the way of twisting in his tumbling passes so far, and that's what we've seen from the better, higher scoring gymnasts. He'll still be working on incorporating that in his routines. There we go. One to show us towards the end. Just holding it back.
Just wanted to save the best till last, and just that little falter at the end of the routine. But good show from the Latvian.
Tommy Tuha for Finland. Just a little bit of movement backwards and forwards, not too bad. See how he comes out of this tumbling. And a nice dismount from Tommy Tuha of Finland. Two problems with the strength elements. It's all behind him now, though. And his teammate Carlos Gomez will be next up. Pozniakov's 13.466 on floor. Execution pretty good at 8.266. But the difficulty not really there for him to challenge for spot in the final. Still waiting for the first score for Finland. Carl Kermes can begin. Tuaha, 13.7.
This is Carlos Kermes from Finland. Second gymnast from the Finnish team to come up onto the rings.
Finnish team finished 29th at the World Championships last year. Carl took part in that and had his best result on floor, where he was 32nd. Ooh. Two goes at controlling the handstand. The judges won't approve of that.
Yeah, the early strength part of the routine was not too bad. A bit wavery. Then that handstand was his undoing, really, in terms of getting a good mark. And, he had to try and recover it twice. Good dismount, just a little bit of correction at that final moment.
And at 19, you can see he's still probably got some strength to develop if he's going to be a contender on that apparatus. It's really demands that you're a super strong man. I think that's the first beard we've seen today.
Ah, do you know, I was just thinking that. The bearded approach
belongs to Alexander Shatilov. He's been around a while.
Looks as though that beard's been around a while too. So the Israeli here is the sole competitor. Just having to wait a little while before his name's called, but we're up and running.
Leg separation. An uncomplicated dismount. Shatilov is maybe saving himself for other apparatus. That won't be a high-scoring one.
No, simple. It didn't look too complicated. He moved up and down the pommel and then just pushed off, and a very, as you suggested, Steve, very straightforward dismount. Just seemed to lose control of his legs at one moment during the movement, during the routine. Generally speaking, fairly accomplished routine by these riders.
Gomez, 13.333. Get a little bit of a pause here while the next three athletes in each rotation. There's a short warm-up. Israel's one of those countries that's accepted gymnasts from other parts of the world. I just couldn't remember for a moment where Alexander Shatilov was originally from. At 14.1, he was born in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. But he has been representing Israel for a good number of years now.
Well, 40.1 is not a shabby score, so, you know, he's crept into 10th position overall at this moment in time.
On pommels, yeah.
Pommel.
Americans call them playoff beards. You know, the Stanley Cup players get towards the end of the season, and if they're in the finals, they don't shave until it's all over. That's same with the World Series, but not shaving until we're out of the competition.
It's a dangerous superstition, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think he started his a good while ago. It looks a well-groomed and substantial beard.
Perhaps he's got something nesting in there and he can't touch it until the birds have flown.
Pietro Giacchino, representing Norway.
Wow, that's a pretty impressive start by the Norwegian. A lot of height.
Flesh-coloured strapping can't really be seen until you've got the close-up. He's got quite a bit on that left thigh. Might incur a time penalty there, John, because the final chime seemed to go just as he finished. Dmitry Bakalau, Belarus.
Great strength being shown there. Not a move in that position, in that crucifix. Straight into that hold there. Squeeze down and hold on the crucifix. Very, very, very good.
Great pedigree in gymnastics, Belarus. Most notably the Vitaly Sherbo, one of the most successful gymnasts of all time. He's the only male gymnast to have won a world title in 8 events. So the all-around six apparatus and the team event. And he was totally dominant in Barcelona. It's a fair while ago now, but the pedigree continues.
Well, just had to recover on the dismount. He landed and then took a step and then another step, so the judges will have seen that, and there'll be a slight deduction perhaps on execution. It's a good attempt by the Belarusian.
Giacchino, 13-8 on floor. Gives his score the thumbs up. Very rarely see open displays of dissent from gymnasts at a score they're given. They're quite sort of philosophical and very polite about it. Discussions later.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a definite disagreement between the coach and the coaches look after them, that's their role in the ball.
Indeed, they can file protests if they want to, as long as they're quick enough. If they think the judges have missed something significant. Martin Angelov for Bulgaria finishes his pommels routine.
Just sort of come unstuck there as he went into his flares. Just caught hold of and then got going again. But you can see a little stumbling going on. He's losing that straightness of lower limb. It's a reasonable effort from the...
Bulgarian. And for Bacalao, 14.166 on the rings. Pavel Belowski next to go on rings. Really late strength element after tumbling through the rings. And his legs just a little high. And not a good finish. That's a shame. There was a number of good elements from Belowski in there, but Angelov 11.233 on pommels. Jordan Alexandrov. Beg your pardon. Nikovsky it'll be on rings. Alexandrov's still to come on pommels. Belowski, 32.66. That'll help the team. Lukovitsky. The shoulders need to be a bit lower in that inverted cross. Get the full value. Double front to finish. Good clean routine.
Yeah, he's got good strength, hasn't he? Apart from not quite finishing off in terms of the lines that are required to get the really top marks. But really impressive and nice dismount. And good rotations to the front, to the back. And this really does work. The shoulders pummels them in terms of the requirements and strength.
Almost came out too early.
Yes.
They're moving on. New arrivals in the arena with Italy, Turkey, Slovakia, Poland and Bulgaria for the women. Say again, John, they're doing a great job running this on time. They're on the start list as due to begin competition in about 5 minutes from now. So they're going to hit that quite easily. 13.8 for Likovitsky.
Yeah, all credit to the organisers. It's always nice to see. You expect it, but you don't very often get it.
Azerbaijan with an unexpected team lead at the moment, 29.966 from Spain, Russian Federation in silver and bronze position. Tight go there with Switzerland, and the Netherlands not far off, just outside a point from the lead. It's Finland and Belarus across to compete on floor now. So they're in their second rotation. We've got a new group of women coming on for their first rotation. And if you're not a slightly bit confused, you should be.
If you're anything like us, you will be.
Latvia and Norway have already had one event, move on to their second. And that's the pommels.
Yeah, I think if you were sitting in the audience at the stadium here, you'd in the hall, you'd be thinking, "What is? Yeah, where are we?"
You just, as long as the public address does a good job keeping you informed,
Yeah.
then you can follow it. But not only is it complex, it's largely new. Not many competitions have been run this way with the women's qualifying interspersed with the men. Sometimes apparatus finals are run alternately. Men's event, men's event, women's, and so on. They might have 5 and 5. They have 3 men's, 2 women's on one night, and then the next night the same again. So it's certainly not unheard of to have men and women competing in the same session. But it's interesting to watch and see if they think they can make this work with the qualification days. And as we've previously discussed, whether that is good for the athletes.
Yeah, we won't know until the end of these games, and they've got a chance to review and appraise, whether it was an appropriate methodology to approach the competition. It'll certainly be interesting to get the views of the coaching staff to see if it was of benefit.
Gabriela Janik will be first for Poland, and she's on uneven bars. Oh, great height on the release. Nearly lost control on the landing. There was one big step required, but I think she saved that a couple of times.
Well, the releases were particularly impressive, and as you suggested, Steve, the height that was achieved, you know, it went up, and as a consequence, she came down and was on the bar straight away. So, good performance. And apart from just having to take a step back here to capture the landing, she's pleased, and so's the coach.
The 22-year-old, originally from Krakow. He's competed in 3 World Championships, Nanning, Tokyo and Rotterdam. 2014, 2011, 2010. So nose away around the elite gymnastics, and a 13.233.
So the readjustments to the handles, attention to detail about what is required for you is always a good sign.
While they're still setting up on pommels, we've got the opportunity to go across to vault, to where the Italians have Giorgia Campagna, Tea Ugrin and Alessia Leolini. Busy rehearsal going on there.
Well, I was just thinking exactly the same thing, Steve. You know, her pre-set routine or pre-event routine was sort of twitching a bit, wasn't it? Just sort of making sure that all the things she's got to do when she gets off the blocks after the block to set itself up for the landing.
Works for her.
Certainly didn't do her any harm, did it? So, well done.
And she used the absolute maximum length of the runway. Heels are up against the block.
Yeah, long striding young lady into the layout. And yeah, tidy vault.
Trefilovs, Latvia, is over beside pommels. They're waiting for start of their routine. They've got more or less got to find things to do. Put on a bit more chalk, wipe it off again.
Well, when you're standing there in the middle of the floor, there's not a lot of things you can do. So the chalk's handy. So I guess you just as well off putting it in the chalk bin and using it again.
Oh, they're swinging her on the one arm. It looks good, but not if it doesn't work. It's not common, that move.
And the reason it's not is because it's difficulties high, I would imagine.
Nice tempo going now.
Very nice.
would like to have seen that clean and see what it
Yeah,
got.
absolutely.
And perhaps with a more challenging dismount.
Too much power in there, over-rotated at the end. Meanwhile, floor 14.1 is the score for
And if he'd finished, like why would go over and get more chalk?
Well, I don't know. It was quite strange what was going on there. But unfortunately, he came off and had to restart his routine. So this is Shatilov on the rings.
Ugrin, 13.9 on vault. 8.9 execution, no, that's a high mark. Some discussion around the fashionable circles, John, whether actually beards are now, they've had their little time in the sun, but you know, we're moving back to the clean look.
Is that right?
So my son says. Oh, no, I believe him. Yeah.
I've just run out of razors.
But Alexander Shatilov, he looks good in his. Let's see how he looks on the rings. He got an okay mark on pommels.
Just wavering a little bit in that handstand.
And tumbles off the mat. Now, he's in his late 20s now, and I wonder if you can see retirement looming. Certain apparatus that you can keep going with, and the rings is one of them. Yovchev was a great exponent on rings into his mid-30s.
Great body awareness, you know, in the air like that, just to be able to. But then the rotation continues, doesn't it? And he can't quite stand it. And balance is lost, and off he goes.
Well, he spotted the floor nice and early. Plenty of time to get it right, but seeing it and doing it. Trefilov's 13.466 for the Latvian on pommels. The fall on landing would really detract from Shatilov's score, 12.733. Belarus performing on floor, and Dmitry Barkalau is the man we'll be looking at. Oh dear.
Well, I thought he was going to walk off the arena then.
So did I. We may have been misled there. Was he actually starting a routine?
Was he warming up, or was it? It's hard to tell actually when that happens, isn't it? But we'll get back to that one in the morning. In a minute.
Turkish flag there.
Yeah, having a little bit of fight over the flags, I think. That face tells the story. petulance, I think, in the audience. We've had no petulance on the floor.
No, it's well behaved. Azerbaijan and Turkey do have some historic links, particularly language-wise.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now I think we know what's going on. Bacalao was just in that warm-up phase, of course.
So yes, that was the final phase of his warm-up. Having said that, he wouldn't have wanted to finish his practice like that in terms of just, you know, nailing what you want to nail before you go onto the floor to complete your routine. This time, we'll see if it's have an impact when he comes back across.
Well, sticks the landing. Backs it into the corner once more. And if you can't incorporate some complex twisting in your tumbling rows, you're not going to be in the elite company. Like that. And that.
It's perfect capture.
Dimitri Bacalao's got a good routine going here, just ticking up towards the minute. And finishes well.
That was a pretty good routine, wasn't it? And had lots of complexity, so difficulty would have been certainly up there. And great speed and height. And, you know, just balancing on the toes. So good performance.
Top scores today on floor, around low 15s. Turkey's Tuğçe Yilmaz. Just the one athlete for the women's competition for Turkey. Yilmaz. Good block, keeps it nicely in line with the runway. And Yilmaz, now she's going for a second vault. Something in the high 13s or 14. Might just be good enough to get her in the vault final, because there's not a lot of athletes doing two.
Well, our running looks a sort of bit up and down, doesn't it really? It hasn't got the smooth movement that we've got from other gymnasts that have passed through our sight lines today. But execution and catch and landing have been pretty tidy. So the two vaults together. In fact, she's had a clean landing on both.
Needs something in the low to mid 13s to have a shot at making that final. Steingruber of Switzerland still leads all comers in terms of a vault combined score, 14.849. Bacalao a 15 on floor. And his execution 8.9. Look in there, yep, I'll be around. That'll get him into the floor final, I think.
Well, that was pretty good, we have to say. You know, we call it, I think, in terms of its difficulty and its execution. And his landings throughout his routine were pretty good.
Here's his teammate, Pavel Bulowski.
Just about saved that. He dug his toes in, and the over rotation was a threat, but he got it and he stayed in the square. Showing lots of energy, and I sometimes think, you know, I know it's energetic what they're doing, but sometimes there is an evident energy in the movement. And it catches your eye. So just like this guy's catching my eye, it's lively, it's energetic, using every inch of the square.
Energetic, but not too busy so that you look frenetic. Oh, that foot's stepped across the line, and he's just lost a tenth at the end. I think still a bit of a fist pump to indicate he's pretty pleased with it. I think he let go a tenth at the end.
Look at the height achieved there. Ah, there it is. That foot goes on the line, just outside the line. But good performance.
Yilmaz, 13.616 combined score, and that's going to be good enough to put her in the top half dozen. So if she can hold on, she might well be in the vault final at these first European Games. Coming to you from Baku and the National Gymnastics Arena. A very short stroll for the gymnasts from the Athletes' Village. Nice for them just to be able to walk over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there would be transport, I guess, if you wanted it. It may be for security reasons, that may be the route you go, but to just be able to walk through security and from your village bed to your accommodation is the right result.
Yoran Alexandrov for Bulgaria. He will be our final competitor on rings, and this subdivision will have one more event after this. Bulorski, 14.433.
That's with that penalty for that last move, so.
Well, he'd move up another 4 places without that penalty. That's how tight it can be. Alexandrov, get the green light shortly.
And of course, that just reflects the difference, you know, a tenth or a hundredth can make in this in these disciplines as the rotations go around. You drop a tenth, 4 places are lost, and you know, a tenth is definitely the difference between winning and losing and getting a medal, and a hundredth sometimes is indicative of that too. So you've got to make sure that you get that landing and that you get your feet in the place they have to be.
Bulgarian team 43rd at the World Championships last year, and Alexandrov was also in Antwerp in 2013.
Fair bit of movement on the rings here. He's going to have to compose himself. Some of the strength, body moving around a little bit, not quite in control. And there, lost extension of the arms in that handstand. Nails the landing though, so you'll get the judge's eye on that, but some of the component parts were just out of balance, out of position. And they will score him accordingly. See those hands just moving around. Lost that handstand.
Really trying to do a handstand with a moving floor. It's
Yeah, no, it's like...
The instability of the rings just make them so difficult.
It is such a difficult skill, isn't it?
on they go to their next apparatus, and chance for the audience to have a bit of a stretch, and I think it's all focus for the athletes. Although, having said that, you've got to learn to switch off and back on again, haven't you? When especially in a long competition, you can't be wired the whole time.
No, the ability to switch off is as important as the ability to switch on. And when you do switch on, you know you've got to go, and when you switch off, you know you've got to switch off, because you don't want anything, any semblance of anxiety or adrenaline flowing when that switch off phase is in operation.
Score in the low 12s for Alexandrov.
And of course it's difficult. It's difficult because you've got in this team competition, you've got teammates, so therefore you have the buzz of that going on. And also, if the crowd are appreciative of what's happening in other disciplines, you know, it's so very difficult to focus on you. You know, you take a peek, you have a look. So you've got to concentrate on yourself. You've got to support your teammates, but then crucially, you've got to take your focus probably away from the opposition and just do what you have to do. It's a clear case of what they call task orientation. Focus on what you have to do.
It's the lineup for the floor. This third rotation for this group. Think of a subdivision as a group of athletes. A rotation as a particular event. Floor, vault, pommels, high bar, parallel bars, and rings. 6 events for the men.
And of course, this is their third rotation, so that means they're on the third discipline of the session. And of course, this is what they practice in the gym. So whenever you go into the gym and you observe coaches working with the gymnasts, you know, they'll be doing 3 or 4 of the routines in terms of the girls, and the boys will be doing more than that.
Latvia and Norway at the rings. Move in the same direction all the time, but they start at different points around those 6 apparatus. So imagine floor, pommels, rings, vault, P-bars and high bar. That's the order they go, but you might start on vault and go to parallel bars and high bar, then floor, pommels and rings. So you know what your next apparatus is going to be.
And of course, they know that 24 hours before. So just like as commentators, we have access to that material. The coaches and competitors know that, but they don't get it before that. They're not aware of the rotation. So this is subdivision 6, the second rotation onto the uneven bars.
Nice finish. Alicia Leolani.
Good landing. She recovered nicely from that little step, so no doubt that in her mind that she was going to stand up and present to the judges.
Tali Kardasovs on rings. Latvia in the same group as Norway.
And, you know, not quite low enough in that inverted crucifix and shaking a little bit. You can just see the quivering that's going on. The ring's not quite under control. But good dismount. Not a flicker of movement once the feet had landed. So he nailed the landing. But in the strength phases, just that little bit of movement, you can see him just battling the rings.
Gymnastics üzerinde çıkış etmiş Aiki Iwa Finlandiya'dan olumlu neticesi belli. Bu 11 tam 1533 oldu.
Scores in for Alicia Leoloni. 13.366 on bars.
Alicia Leoloni onun neticesi ise 13 tam 1366 oldu. Bu 14. neticesi.
Had a high score of 15-2 on an even bars for the women today, Mustafina. Russian federations. We go back to pommels. Finland. Kermey's built the pace towards the end and then struggled up to the handstand and travels along the pommel horse for the dismount.
Well, apart from just losing that control at the other end of the pommel as he started to make his movement towards the other end for the dismount, it was actually quite a rhythmical sort of movement throughout. But the judges will pick up on that slight error in the last phases of the routine. Legs went apart and he just caught it there, didn't he? Prior to going up into that handstand.
Kardasov's 12-1-3-3 on rings, not the kind of score that will get him into a final. Have another look at Alexander Shatilov.
He may be starting to try and start a craze, perhaps, with his beard.
It's not common in gymnastics, where there's such a tradition of presenting yourself in sort of a very clean and pristine manner. I think it's unfair that beards have kind of got a scruffy reputation. As long as they're well trimmed, it ought to be okay. 15-3, the score to beat today on floor. It belongs to Spain's Zapata. Belyavsky of Russia right behind him with 15-1 as Shatilov begins.
He started his routine pretty well. He's nailed a couple of fairly complex, difficult maneuvers and twists. He's using the floor space very well. And again, the crowd sort of supporting him in his challenging routine.
Well, this is the routine he's come to do the best, I think. He's really switched on for this one.
Yep, and he stays in. He went up on one leg, but he just about got the other one down before he sort of lost his balance and went out of the square. But Shatilov does a good job on his floor exercise. And, he knows it.
Shatilov emigrated to Israel in 2002. Representing Israel for a decade or so now. Amazing that through practice you can program the brain to remember such complex series of events that happen so quickly and precisely. Kermey's a 13.433 on pommels. Shatilov, a 15.166 on floor. That's the second best score of the day, so he's zooming towards the final behind Zapata and ahead of Belyavsky and Vanayev. And Bushin, the only other athletes with a score better than 15.
A very good performance. Very pleasing to the eye, very precise. And as you were suggesting, you know, full of twists and turns, which is amazing to witness.
Warming up on vault, so we'll change setup. Just an opportunity to touch on the apparatus before the competition resumes.
And again, this would be part of the preset routines. The warm-up would be a crucial element just to trigger those neural pathways in the brain to start to warm it up before they go into the competition proper. And it's interesting to see on the vault we saw, wasn't it, that that warm-up was landed and one earlier was, well, not landed. So, you know, there's an individual preference here for different gymnasts to take advantage and do what they're best and what they're used to, and what actually provides them with the background for the execution that comes when they have to turn it on and perform it in front of the judges.
It's a shame, isn't it, that you can't just warm up the neural pathways by putting on a hat or something. It's not that simple.
Perhaps in the future.
A special hat. Buckle out on pommels. So a great routine from him on floor, 15 exactly. Well, he worked all parts of the horse, got a good rhythm and speed going. Just tweaked the lower back.
Yeah,
I'd like to see that.
Perhaps that routine on the floor has given him some comeback. But it was busy, wasn't it? And it was a change of pace. It was good movement of the hands, good placement, good control, good shapes. So he's walked off though, holding the right side of his spine, low down, just above the buttocks.
Tuche Yilmaz, who has probably made the vault apparatus final. Catch at full stretch. Just a double straight on the dismount and bounced out of it a touch.
But pretty good, I think. And good control, good asymmetry, just stepping forward on that landing. But she comes off with a smile on her face, and the coach shares her pleasure. So good performance, although
Just not the difficulty in there, John, at 5. The execution too, though, a bit tough on her.
well, again, another reason why I wouldn't be a judge.
She had the leg form pretty solid, but I guess they're separating by tenths and halves of tenths. Mokashova last up on uneven bars. Oopsie, I was just thinking how effortlessly she seemed to be gliding between the bars, and I at least didn't put the curse on before she did it. I was only thinking.
Yeah, well, that's enough.
Apparently.
That's enough.
Oh, what's happened there? Looks across at the coach and says, what's going on?
He can't do a lot to help. It's almost as if she's very uncomfortable with the hand and the contact, obviously, with the bar, which is a problem because that's twice it's happened now. So
she's not part of a team, so there's no pressure to continue from the team's point of view, and she's certainly not going to make the bars final now.
But it all started so well, but it just shows you how easy it is just to lose that focus, and distraction comes in, and it's difficult then to get it back.
Likovitsky for Belarus.
Those close-ups show the movement of the hands and how quick they get back into position, because if they don't, then you're off.
He fought it for a couple of more rotations,
Yes.
but he'd lost it. It seems that once the legs separate, you're dealing with twice the problem.
Yes. Yeah, the ability to rotate is just taken away. It just slows everything down.
So Andrei Likovitsky. That'll be difficult for Belarus because it might be that Belowski, come back to that thought, 14-3-3-3 for Barcalau. Likovitsky is up. I'm not sure that Belowski is doing pommels. His name is written in italics. That might signify that they've only got the 2 athletes up there, and they may have to make those 2 count. Battenkopf. Oh, he's kept it in the area, but won't get full value for the landing, which nearly went horribly wrong.
That was a great recovery, wasn't it?
And again, that's where the core strength comes into play.
Absolutely. Yeah, it wouldn't be in the manuals, that one.
Busy
Routine from Alexander Battenkov. It's the first chime as he runs up to a minute. Oh, and spoils the end as the hands come down.
And the way he's breathing, that could have just been a bit of fatigue, you know. It's he looked like he was going to nail that, and just got tired, perhaps in that last 2 or 3 phase movements of the routine, last phases of. Didn't quite catch it.
Bukovitsky, 13.9, and his teammate is still a little sore on it.
That aerial view really doesn't show you whether the performer is horizontal. That looks pretty good to me.
I've seen that hold too much today with the legs above the hands in the seated position. It requires so much strength, but certainly flexibility. Complicated dismount that he's completed pretty well.
So that's the move that we had the aerial position from. And the dismount, you can see, just out of line slightly, but he tidied it up and stands up for the judges, and he claps his hands. He's reasonably pleased with that.
So Stian Skierahawk finishes the rings, and that's his last performance for the day. This is the 3rd rotation of 6. They're only doing 3 of 6 today. The rest will come tomorrow. Battenkov 12.733 on floor. Remember, he had the problem at the very end of his routine. Waiting for Skierahawk's score to come in for Norway, and there it is, 13.2. Check the standings for you. Still a long way from the finish line in terms of the team medals, but Ukraine still holding a lead over the Russian Federation, with Azerbaijan 3rd. Ukraine having a great competition, but how long can they keep it going if they might have an injury to Barkalau? Sorry, not he's with Belarus, beg your pardon. Switzerland in 9th position, and the Netherlands, Norway and Hungary. Ukraine are done for the day. They'll come back and complete their second 3 tomorrow as well. Russia and Germany competed earlier today and put together those scores. Hungary, the distant third, but in close company with the Netherlands, Switzerland and Italy. Belgium and Czech Republic about to join the competition. Along with Iceland and France.
And the crowd taking the opportunity to stretch their legs and move around between these rotations. They won't want to miss any of the action. And you can see that the girls are just going through the warm-up for their particular discipline. It's been a long day for the gymnasts, but it's also been a long day for the spectators. And they've been pretty good. The Azerbaijan public have supported their gymnasts and these gymnasts pretty well all through the day.
Have to spare a thought for the judging panels as well, whose concentration has to be right up there for every performance and make sure that they judge fairly across the hours of competition. The exhaustive code of points for artistic gymnastics tries to remove subjectivity from judging. There are supporters of different kinds of sports. If you can measure it and time it, then you might think that's a purer kind of competition, but you've also got to keep in mind the incredible age of gymnastics as a sport and its traditions and sort of its place in the Olympic and World Championship family. It's had its criticisms over the years for the way it's judged, but they keep working on it.
Yeah, I think the way that it's fixed now in terms of age alone, certainly for the girls, you know, that 16 in the year of the competition from January the 1st is a very good move in terms of protecting young performers. The tweaks and minor changes they've made to programs in the first European Games in Baku will be interesting to see how that's received by the performers and the coaches of these national teams represented across Europe.
Thelma Hermannsdottir of Iceland gets us underway in this next rotation. And surprisingly, she's from Reykjavik. Into World Championships, a couple of them now, Nanning and Tokyo.
Perfect sport for Iceland. It's indoors. You can see from that angle of the Karen, which isn't directly above, it's just offset, isn't it? And you can see, you know, the forces that come into play when you're taken and you're preparing to land. And you can see that just that loss of balance is caused because of that conflict in forces which go through your feet when you land.
Lisa Verschuren of Belgium, round off. Not a lot of distance in the post flight, but a pretty tidy effort.
Yeah, it was, and running speed not great. Looks a bit heavy on her feet coming into that round off. Got a bit of height, but didn't travel as such. But landed. Wasn't a lot of moving around of the feet when she landed.
And 13.7 for Verschuren, not attempting a second vault. Making her contribution though to the team, and perhaps ambitions of making the all-around final.
Puff of the cheeks indicates a little bit of tension inside.
10.033 on bars for Hermannsdottir. Dottir is the suffix meaning daughter, isn't it, for Iceland?
You're one step ahead of me. You learn something new every day, so thank you for that.
I believe that's true. Cindy van den Hol, next to go for Belgium on the vault.
Well, in comparison to the previous competitor, you can see more speed on the runway. And then good block, good height, gained off the vaulting surface. And she controlled the landing after twisting, extended twisting. To just that 1 foot back, stays within the lines.
Norma Robertsdottir, next to go for Iceland. Oh. Manages the release, but the pause in the early moments of the routine won't please the judges. That's something she has to do, or just this once, couldn't be sure. Shoots off the top bar for the dismount. And it's not of a quality that will get her into an apparatus final. Gail Mace next to go.
Well, if she landed, then went about 3 meters further back, so you can see that there was some energy left in the body as she landed. And running-wise, not great at the start. Got going 4 or 5 strides into the run-up, so not great speed. And
13.833 for van den Hol. Just wonder though, in those landings, I sometimes feel that they bounce further down the matting because they land with a stiffness in their knees that if they had more give, then they wouldn't travel so far.
yeah, that's true. But I guess if you hit the ground too soon, then you know your limb is going to be stiffer or longer, and therefore you're just going to be like a bounce. You're going to get bounce from it.
I'm all for athletes at every level enjoying it. It doesn't matter if they're at the elite level. I like to see a happy athlete. I reckon you get better performances. Yeah, as long as you're not trivialising what you're out there to do. I just mean,
Well, life
enjoy
is
it.
so serious that actually it's good to see a few smiles going around the place.
Back to the warm-up for the next group of athletes. Going to see the men for the next few minutes here. Because we've got more women's rotations to get through in this second session today. The men are taking a back seat for a little bit.
But we will have more men.
We will. There is a fifth rotation, fifth and final rotation. Let's see Ireland, Turkey, Serbia, France, Romania, and a couple of single competitors as well.
Roberts Dottir, 9.566. So she'll be down the field. Unfortunately for her. But she's still smiling, which is the most important part of it.
France, Marine Brevet, followed by Anne Coombe and Valentine Picoul. We've got chalk, we've got spray, and now saliva.
We've got the added secret solution.
Brevet lining up for the release, and she caught it very close to the bar and lost a bit of momentum.
And and then that sort of loss of momentum earlier between the two bars, where she did get too close, just then manifests itself in the landing, where she's out of balance and just a little bit out of control. So if you can handle the error, then at some point later on, the chances are that loss of momentum will just manifest itself, and it did in the landing. So she was clumsy in that catch.
It was just heavy and it took energy out of the routine. Veronika Shekova, Czech Republic. Here's a case in point. You see, she bent those knees, didn't travel after landing.
Yeah, I think you probably could be right.
But the risk, though, is that the knees might touch the mat if you go too deep.
Now you've got to absorb it, haven't you, effectively and efficiently. So the absorption, that eccentric strength, that ability to be able to take the hit in the lower limb is very important. So Breve goes 13.033.
And Kuhn. Second release. Dismount to come. Double straight, little step forward, nice routine.
Yeah, very tidy. You watch that, pleasing to the eye. Good lines, you could just see that everything had a nice rhythm, control. She made some good catches on the releases. Here's one. Didn't disturb the flow of movement and rotation. And then she built up into good extended somersault to land, and just recovered just a little bit at the end.
And Kuhn took part in the London Games, part of the French team that finished 11th. Didn't make any apparatus or all-around finals. Chenkova 12.6 on vault. Twists there from Anna Maria Kanyai. Straight 1.5, stretched.
And again on the run-up, just sort of seems to waste the first 3 or 4 contacts, right and left foot contacts, before she really got into sprint mode. And you just wonder if she could add more speed. If she wanted more speed, then that may add even more value to what she's achieved at the business end of the vault.
12.8, 7.7 for execution from Kuhn. Now Pikul.
These catches have lost a bit of momentum there in that release to catch.
Double straight again to finish even better. And her teammate Anne Kuhn, in terms of the finish at least, a lot of the releases from the men's high bar and women's uneven bars now being shared. Kachevs and Gingers.
You can see the intricacy of the catch, can't you? Your thumbs around the bar, and then they release from the bar, go around into what I would call weightlifting, correct? You know, with the thumbs in the same direction as the fingers. They have to be like that, otherwise you can't turn. And she struts away for the land.
More grip changes in the high bar, but you're only working with one.
Yes.
Petra Fialova. Oops, that wasn't part of the scheduled vault.
Well, it looked busy coming into the round-off, didn't it? And then, of course, the rotations took over, and it was all too flat. Didn't have enough height, and of course, there was loads of energy, rotational energy still left in her body when the feet landed. So it was almost a foregone conclusion.
Forward somersaults are very hard to pull up off the vault. Got through it a bit quickly as well.
Yeah, the dive at the end is not part of the plan.
No injury sustained, except perhaps for the pride.
Tape being self-administered on the wrists and arms, forearm.
Now I've got a question for you. When you see the girls spit on the bandages that support them around the uneven bars, isn't that a health issue? Because then someone else is going to put their hands on it, and then someone else, and
It could well be. Perhaps that's why they spray and they try and clean off. It's not just the chalk they're trying to remove from the bar.
subdivision will move on.
So that's Pico. She's scored 13.433 on the uneven bars.
The French girls, along with the three from Iceland, go across to vault, swapping with Belgian and Czech competitors who will come across to uneven bars. Fialova 11.633 and a 0.3 penalty for her after her problems with the landing. Russia from Germany, and Switzerland and Romania. These are the women's team standings at the moment, but only halfway through the competition, remember. Some of them not even that.
So 9th to 16th shown on the board. Belgium in 9th and Spain in 16th position currently. So the beehive, the busy beehive becomes settled. The Queen's in town, so the Beans are happy. And that'll all change in a minute when you know, we have the next rotation and they just come around. It all becomes very busy again.
I was wondering where you were going with that analogy, John. I think I understand.
You do, do you?
A lot of chalk on the floor, and after a session's over, out they come with the vacuum cleaners to restore it to its best.
I'd be really interested to know actually how much chalk they go through in a day's gymnastics, because it's certainly pretty freely used. Crowd taking the opportunity to have a quick break, stretch their legs, as much as the commentary team just standing up and trying to stimulate some blood flow.
It's one of the great traditions in baseball in the USA. Have you ever been to a baseball game? They have the 7th inning stretch. Everyone gets up. It's light calisthenics. Cheer girls are on the diamond, leading you through it. It's a great idea.
Perhaps we could persuade the production team to come in and do rah, rah, rah or something. So the French team on the march.
Azerbaijan flag getting a great workout during these European Games. Men back into action as Ireland and Turkey come to the floor first of all. Pommels also be in action. Serbia France. This is the last subdivision of the men on day one. Rings, 3 from Romania, plus Varmen from Denmark, and Macedonia's Ivan Kutevski. Gymnastics perhaps being a good sport indoors for good people of Iceland. If you go there in summer, and you know I'm a keen golfer, you can play at midnight in summer. Play a game of golf at midnight. I've got that on my bucket list, and go to Iceland and do that. Belgium and the Czech Republic. So we get back to what we really should be talking about, but I'm inevitably drawn to golf. John knows that. Uneven bars. Belgium and Czech Republic. Cindy Thundenhol of Belgium is drawn first to go up on bars. Bar set pretty high, if you'll excuse the analogy, by Mustafina earlier in the day for Russia with a 15-2 and 2 scores of 15.0 exactly. Shida and Seitz of Germany, and then Victoria Komova of Russia. 14.866. Don't see any of the Belgian or Czech gymnasts challenging the 15 mark.
So the girls busying around, just teammates coming in, stand up off the block there to clean that high bar of the two, the high bar of the two, to the suitable standard needed for the performance. And, there's a time constraint, so they know they've got to get their skates on and get the equipment prepared, apparatus ready for their use. So just using that little springboard to get up to the high bar where the routine will commence.
Cindy Thundenhol, one of those gymnasts we're referring to, turning 16 in the year of competition, so he's a junior in the Belgian team. Double front to dismount. Pretty tidy effort from Cindy Thundenhol.
It was very clean, wasn't it? There wasn't, you know, the hand, the catches, the releases, the catches back into the bar seemed to be fairly efficient and didn't stop her rotational speed. Just thinking, you know, 16 in the year this year, perfect preparation for if you're going to be good enough to go to Rio in 2016. And of course, this big multi-sports event, that's what it's in here for the Europeans to experience multi-sports operation in the first European Games. And it's the first one. The first one is always new, and it will be interesting to see, you know, where it goes from there.
Thelma Hermannsdottir. Now that's a better job with the front vault.
That's very tidy, isn't it? A scampering run, was not a knee lift, but she generates some power through those lower limbs as she comes into the vault. And very tidy. Good landing.
I think as soon as they land a good vault, the smile on the face, they know, and we know, you watch it for long enough, you at home too can become a pretty good judge of what's okay and what's not. But it is a dark art, serious gymnastics judging. Okay, tic-tac between the men and the women again with the boys back out. Taga of Romania.
Cameron decides to move away for Hermansdottir's mark of 13.233 on that vault. So good execution, but the difficulty was not high.
Romania's always had a stronger women's program than the men's. About to get his chance on the rings. He's got a long career behind him. He's in his mid to late 20s now, Bataga. At the London Games, World Championships last year, Antwerp 2013, Tokyo 2011, Rotterdam 2010. Been around a bit. Without ever medaling at the highest level. Pretty tidy effort. Complicated dismount that he handled pretty well.
Yeah, and he just lost his balance on one of the handstands in that movement and that routine, but pretty tidy. I don't think he's going to be threatening the lead, but he perhaps is going to get in mid-division.
Yes, the lead in terms of individual ring performances belongs to Petrunius. Greece in the 15.733 still. It's a bewildering performance, really. It's hard to see him being beaten in an apparatus final, but let's go back to uneven bars. Oh, that's quite a heavy fall.
So this is Mies of Belgium. And this is where you see the strength, the mental toughness of these young ladies. You know, she's really clattered both feet actually on that low.
She's gone for the pirouette on the top bar and just missed the last grab, and that top view showed that the head snapping back. Well, that's amazing, really. That was a nasty fall, and if that's not going to put off your next effort, then how can it not? So, pretty impressive.
No, that just shows, you know, the resilience of these girls. You know, they should reflect on that and be very disappointed. But you can also pat yourself on the back at the same time, because to get up and come out and return to the bars and finish it is commendable.
(13.6) on rings for Christian Bataga of Romania. Execution is down a little at 7.3. I just felt he could have done a few of those elements a bit more cleanly. First look at Ireland's Kieran Behan. Not quite ready. I think he's ready. That's just the judges.
I think he's been ready for the last 2 or 3 minutes. So the judges ready now for Behan from Ireland.
Excellent first pass. Kieran was at the World Championships in China last year. Had a good result on floor in a test event for the London Olympics. Had a 4th placing. Well executed twist through the air from Kieran Behan.
Well, lots of twisting, so, you know, when you land, if you haven't got the sort of timing right, then that energy just goes off and shoots off in directions you don't want it to go. But all his landings were pretty well executed, with the body absorbing those rotational forces. And spots the floor again, and stands up. Yeah, pretty good performance from the Irish gymnast.
A pause for the men now as the next 3 warm up on each apparatus. So Turkey to follow Ireland. 15.066 on floor for Behan. Now that's a top 10 result.
Well, I'd be delighted with that, and perhaps it reflects that 4th place you're talking about at the test event prior to London. And you know, we're not sure whether he's been injured or whether he's not been in a position, but to compete at the highest level. But good performance from the Irish boy.
14.6 it was for Behan at the World Championships last year, just result around the top 50. And so to come in now with a score just over 15 behind the likes of Vanayev and Shatilov and Zapata, it's solid.
Well, there's no doubt that the twists and associated sort of rotations and somersaults does give a very pleasing evidence to the eye, and I'm sure the judges would similarly mark it down if he didn't catch him. So if he was out of balance on landing, then obviously it works the other way. But he landed most of his landings pretty tidily.
Well, the twists connected They're the high-scoring value elements. That's what. See, his D score on the floor was 6.3. He also had a very high execution score of 8.7. Only one or two in execution bettered him. Barcalau from Belarus, also of Switzerland.
So the measurement there, you can see from his elbow to his fingertips. So
Just hope your arm doesn't
who needs a
grow.
tape measure? Yeah, that's right. Who needs a tape measure? When you can use parts of your body as the indicator of where certain elements of the equipment needs to be, and in the Pommel's case, those grips.
Turkey's Ibrahim Kolak waits for the green light from the judges. No, he's competing out of order unless Kolak has withdrawn. So it's Ferhat Arikan. Just hold off a definitive declaration of the Turkish gymnast until we see his number, perhaps. There seems to be some confusion. Arikan it is. Turkish team finished 25th last year's World Championships. He's done well. He gave himself very little room to execute that last twisting element.
Definitely looked a risky maneuver with so limited space. So he ends with a relatively clean performance throughout. And great range of movement in those flares and that rotation. Super supple.
Got a good build to give an elegant floor performance. France on pommels. Julien Gabot. Just thinking that he was just seemed a little heavy-handed with the contact with the horse. Just the noise he was making rather than a light touch. And
it proved to be his undoing, didn't it? And bizarrely, it's almost, I was just thinking this is moving too quickly despite the heaviness. So being heavy and fast don't necessarily go together too well.
keen to keep up the tempo through to the dismount, which is nicely done. And, Gabo with a significant problem in the middle of the routine, unfortunately. And, to his teammate Guillaume Ogigliaro.
12.833.
Next to go on the uneven bars,
Involved now, Valentin Picoul. So it's all the room she could find.
Well, good running speed. You have to say that she certainly accelerated into the setup zone for the vault, and that as you can see, good, just lowers the centre of gravity a fraction, hits that springboard, and good control on landing. Nothing too complicated, but executed reasonably well.
And Atakan, 14.066 for Turkey on floor. No penalties.
Gymnastlar arasında Gymnastics kaçışları Fransa'dan seçtiği Axel Rodgers.
Axel Rodgers catching in mid-routine on pommels.
Seems to be moving pretty smoothly.
Yeah. It's incredible, really, the number of touches they have on the pommel horse. Many of them blind, and to get it just right.
Well, he certainly finished with one of the flourishes today on the pommel. We haven't seen too many exciting sort of dismounts off, but certainly here, you know, changed hands, changed sides.
That was a great routine from Axel Rodgers. Vault score in for Valentin Picoul for France, 14-1. Good execution return there of 8.9. A higher tariff should have been up there.
I mean, that's the dilemma, isn't it? Execute what you know you can execute. Get the maximum out of it, as opposed to threatening the execution by difficulty.
It's the old conundrum of risk and reward.
It is. And a key element I've learned within this is knowing what the competitors, the opposition, is capable of doing, and whether you have got to be risky, or whether you can reduce the risk by having detailed knowledge of other person's performance levels.
So for this subdivision, 7 of 8. That's the end of the day's competition for those women. They'll be back to do beam and floor. The men, meanwhile, move on to their next apparatus. .14.566 on pommels for Rodgers, and it's 11th all around. He's having a good competition. Team standings: Azerbaijan, Spain, and Russian Federation on the 29s. Also Ireland, about half a point though behind the Russian Federation, and Switzerland. be after one rotation, comparatively speaking. Great Britain, Ukraine, Belarus, Ukraine moves up, and you put in a second and third. For the women, start Russia, Germany, Hungary, Netherlands, Switzerland, Italy also just over 55 points. Great Britain back in 7th, France 8th. With the National Gymnastics Arena, which was completed just 18 months ago. Belgium through to Denmark, places 9 through 15 for the women's team standings. The arena was opened by Azerbaijan President Ilham Aliyev, April 2014. It was completed a few months before that. So Romania, Denmark and Macedonia on floor.
Well, we're wishing you the best of luck again tomorrow. The next stage of your competition. Good luck to Team Austria. And we're going to go back now and enjoy the rest of the action.
Ireland and Turkey move across to pommels. And on rings, it'll be Serbia and France. This long session, still running to time. Once again, congratulations to the officials and team management for keeping things moving along. Norway and Ireland. This is the last of the women's subdivisions. Norway and Ireland on vault, and for bars it'll be Austria and Latvia. Romanian gymnast Vlad Catunya has got a fair bit of support offered for that right knee.
Yeah, it's heavily strapped, isn't it? And it's interesting, we saw him put some sort of tacky on his hands there so that the chalk sticks to it as opposed to just being left on the floor. So he'll want that to help him throughout the routine.
Just get that right foot in. Rolls out of the second pass. Think he was favouring the knee then?
Well, I was just thinking, is he showing any signs of sort of favouring one side or the other? And that's an interesting position we haven't seen today.
I think that's the Russian V-sit.
There you go. But yeah, at this moment, no indications really that he's got a major problem in it, and it could be that he's had an injury and it's just a support to it to make sure it doesn't go on again. Very busy on the floor. Just twists and rotations. Very precise.
Right, Catunya winding up for the finish, gets it around as well. So whatever problems he has with that right knee, he's managed to get through it. He's pretty pumped at the end of it too.
Yeah, good performance from Romania.
Seen some fine routines in this apparatus. You really need something in the 15s to make the apparatus final.
We have the Irish Kieran Behan first up, and Pommel of his group. Just waiting for the judges to acknowledge the fact that it's going to be his turn to go. You see he's going mental simulation of movement, MSM. He's doing that. Almost as he's moving, he's sort of moving to what he's going to be doing with his hand. So you can switch that on, you can switch it off. Doesn't take a lot of energy.
What if in your mind you don't finish the routine?
Well, he may have practiced just to the point, or it may be just up to the point, but the key issue is the quality of it, as opposed to the duration of it, although ultimately you use it to the time of the rhythm of the event too.
Catunia of Romania, 14.166. It's a good effort. It's not amongst the top 10, I'm afraid.
But of course, in this environment, when you're not sure when you're going to be called, you know it's your turn, but you don't know exactly how long you are off being called to have your performance. Then to actually do it, you know, if you've got more time, do you do it again? Well, these guys will have that discipline, you would think, just to say, no, I've done it. I've now it'll happen when I come up for my turn.
Christian Bataga of Romania is working away in the background on floor. Now the green light is there for Kieran Behan.
So all will be revealed whether that MSM was actually of some benefit to the Irish performer.
Certainly wasn't lacking in tempo. There was a sameness about the routine, though. He's happy with it.
Well, from what we've observed within this session is that there's almost a benefit for not losing control and coming off and then having to restart at some point during the routine. So you can see the Irish clover there and the Olympic rings blazoned on the inside of his arm. So he executed. It was tidy, nothing sensational, but he went through it without any blips within the routine itself.
Bataga on floor. Nice first row, really dynamic. And really high with the second.
You got to say he nailed that.
Oh, and he's way out of the area, and that will cost him dearly.
Yeah, just he didn't cope with the twists and the rotations. Up until that point, we were raising our eyebrows, but
now we have to lower the score.
he's not superhuman after all. So can he keep his poise? Because that's the challenge now.
Has to hurry this last row. He's running out of time. Just got there.
So what started as a very exciting routine just turned into a little bit of a mare in the mid phase. And I'm just going to show this where he just totally lost control of the feet, too close together possibly, and not in a position to absorb those rotational forces.
And And 13-7, they penalised him heavily for venturing out of the area as far as he did. At .3. Behan 12.666 on Pommels. I do love the camaraderie around the sport, not just between teammates, but between
Well, it's
rivals.
genuine interest, isn't it? Genuine interest and support, which is always good. It's not a team event, but it is. You know, it is a team event, but they've got to individually deliver, and it's so important, obviously, to get the team marks on the back of that.
Miloš Paunovic from Serbia.
Rings virtually still as he holds that strength position. And that's pretty level. I've seen one or two of those today that have been parallel, but that was a pretty strongly held position.
He's 30 this year. And that handstand's causing him a problem.
Good landing though, just that loss of control on that that handstand in the later phases of the routine. It was pretty good up to there. We can see here, you know, that's pretty level.
In fact, it's been more important to you than you could ever remember. Because play was fundamental to your development, and still is. It taught you how to think and move in different ways. How to socialize with others.
Feet land in a cloud of powder.
It's not an inexpensive sport to look after the elite athletes, such as the training and the medical support that's needed.
At the top level,
Yeah.
it's you know, that is the integrated nature of the sport. You know, you need to have those sports sciences in support of the coaching team and the performance team.
Second half of each subdivision now gets their chance to have a quick warm-up. On the rings, it'll be France, Turkey on pommels, and two individual athletes from Denmark and Macedonia on floor. Just takes a little pause.
It's almost relaxing seeing somebody take off their strapping. How long's that, for goodness sake? Yeah, 30 years of age is pretty well worn, I would think. They've seen parts of the world that we probably haven't.
Well, I wouldn't have imagined myself coming to Azerbaijan. I'm very glad to be here and
Absolutely, it's been a pleasure.
take in the culture and the hospitality and this great event that's unfolding right before our eyes, and in venues like this one, which is outstanding. 13.466. Back to the Serbians' performance on rings. When these big sporting festivals are on, the host nation and its people are always so proud. It's like, do you like our country? What do you think? You know, well, great to have you here. And surprising to me, a number of folks from Azerbaijan that speak very good English. Certainly makes our job so much easier. So I speak no Azeri.
No, nor me. And they have been incredibly welcoming, and the hospitality that's been put upon everybody that's in town for this major event has been very welcomed and appreciated.
Latvia's Alina Sasina is going to be first to go on uneven bars. It's another catching leotard.
Well, I was going to say earlier that, you know, not only is this a spectacle in terms of the gymnastics on view, but the costumes of the participants have been fantastic in terms of their gaiety and their design. And it's very catching to the eye to see such nice colours associated with such great athletic movement.
Oh, Sassin comes down a little heavily after an otherwise pretty good, clean routine. It's a shame. Very young gymnast though, just 16 this year.
Well, she'll learn from it. There's some research into something called the rocky road, and if it's too easy, then you don't experience those downs like you do to experience the ups. And the rocky road is just having a bit of a taste of failure to learn and to take things away to make you better next time. Part of that reflective process, you know, to go away, the best performers reflect.
Some longish routine on Pommel's. Turkey's turn on this apparatus. He ran out of energy by the time for the dismount, and there wasn't much offered there. But
Well, I'd like to know how many hand contacts he had in that routine, because he seemed to be on there for ages.
Atakan. Sassin, you'll recall, had a dismount she had been too pleased with, 8.433. Tara Donnelly on vault. She too using all the runway available. Okay, just pulling up that forward momentum on a forward vault. Problematic.
She did land pretty straight-legged, I think, and, you know, just had nothing, hadn't sort of just flexed enough to, you see there, it's very straight-legged, isn't it? And the only way really to go to absorb the energy is to take a step, so.
14.266. Useful score for Atakan if he can just build in a complex dismount instead of the one he showed us today. Get up towards 15. Gugliaro for France on rings. Can always rely on the French to have a stylish motif.
Is that stylish?
I think so. I'm a fan of the cockerel. You're not?
Yeah. French, all right. Careful, I say it.
Yep.
And plan a few visits in the next few years to France.
I'm trying to set you up to step into trouble.
I love the French. I have some very nice French friends, and I certainly like their wine.
Donnelly, a 13-2 on vault. 8-8 for the execution. The judges like what they saw there, but the tariff was low, under 5. Bit of a delay on this part of the podium. Now we're set to go on the rings.
To the credit, no major delays throughout the day, so they've been pretty good, and the timetable's been kept, which is quite an achievement with the number of gymnasts that have passed through the centre.
Gugliaro doing a good job keeping the ring steady. Finish the tumbling and then set for the dismount. What's he got for us? A good one. That's an excellent routine from Guillaume Gugliaro, helping the French cause and maybe his own chances of making the rings final.
Well, it was a good performance. The 3 handstands that went up, he just quavered a little bit, just quivering a little bit at the top, just holding that for 2 seconds or as long as he could. But certainly into the dismount, it was a very tidy performance. So feet held tight together and then ready for the landing. Flexes the knees and takes the landing, keeps his balance, and then he's ready to salute the judges.
14-3 is the cutoff for the top 8, and into 7th position he goes on the rings all around. He's top 6 at the moment as well, but just looking at his chance of making the rings final, and they look pretty good. (14-6). Greece, Ukraine, Russia, Azerbaijan, Germany and France will all be in the mix in the rings final, which is one we'll certainly be looking forward to in a few days' time. Now, Axel Ogis looked very competent on pummels.
That's strong.
Fighting it now. His shoulders are hurting. Into the dismount, but he manages it well.
Again, good control, wasn't it? And there were certain elements in the strength phases that were particularly displaying high levels of strength and control. And then a couple where it wasn't quite lined up, but he got through the routine and then nailed the dismount. Just a slight adjustment to present.
France have one man potentially in the rings final. Could they squeeze in another?
Well, could be.
There's one more rotation for this men's subdivision 5. The score to come in for Boivis. That's a physique a lot of guys would like to have. So
I was just thinking it could be a 50-meter swimmer, couldn't he, with those shoulders?
13.8, not quite good enough. He had a few problems there, but nevertheless, serving France well with another good performance. Ukraine at a similar stage, leading the Russian Federation narrowly by about 0.5. Spain, Azerbaijan, Belarus and France. And for the women, it's Russian Federation from Germany. Not much between Switzerland and Romania, nor between Great Britain and Hungary. But, so much more to tell in this team competition. We're only halfway through. This qualifying procedure allows athletes to challenge for a spot in the all-around final and for apparatus finals. 6 individual apparatus finals for the men, 4 for the women, and an all-around final for both as well.
And on the pommel horse, we have the Romanians and the 2 individuals, one from Denmark and Macedonia.
I think when they were scheduling the session, they may have built in a little delay here and there, expecting one, but we're running to time.
And on the rings, we've got the Irish trio.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final round. It's the last chance you will have to cheer on.
Austria and Latvia in the vault.
And on the uneven bars, we have the Norwegians with the Irish to complete this final rotation. So the judges will be looking forward to their cup of tea, as I will. Cup of tea will be gladly received at the end of play. But we've still got some exciting gymnastics to finish off this session. And the big screens played a part today, keeping the audience interested, and I think they've got people from the crowd to count it down. I was just watching it earlier, and they look like sort of random people that come in through the door and said, "Say a number."
Romania's Marius Babica is preparing for his pommels routine. All the best, Marius. It's not easy. He knows better than we do. Up and away. Is required to work to all parts of the apparatus. This way and that. Magyar and Savado travels through to the handstand and finish. pretty good.
Yeah, it seemed to stick on that hand, that grip there, the one that he's working around now for a little while. But eventually did move up the pommel, up the horse. And then very tightly, nice lines in terms of legs and heels together.
Diminutive figure of Solveig Berg for Norway. They needed bars. Slip of a girl.
Pretty straightforward performance, but a nicely executed routine.
Yeah, and she's in that that age bracket where she's just turning 16 this year. Strength and experience to come.
And a great experience though to be operating at this level in front of a big crowd, an appreciative crowd, and part of the whole learning experience.
And 10-4. The difficulty you see left of screen there, 2.4, very low. Not too much wrong with the execution at 8, but still learning the more difficult elements. That comes with a higher tariff and a higher score. But 13.466 pommels. How much can you put on there? There's always room for one more.
Not much more. It's part of the ritual, and you know, the second support goes on. Coach is ready there with the tape to make sure that it stays on. Obviously doesn't trust the Velcro's connection there, and just needs additional tape on the tape. It's all very scientific, you know.
I have seen competitions, high bar, where the grips have broken or come off. So that is a part they need to get absolutely right. So once the grip comes off, so does the athlete.
Yeah. Performance over.
Yeah.
There's a fair amount of chalk in the area. He's going through his routine, preset routine. See him.
That one, then this one, and away you go.
Done.
More chalk.
Can't get enough chalk.
Is that a good session, Kieran Behan?
Well, that 15 on the floor stands out, doesn't it, as a good performance. Great position in the crucifix. And back to it again.
Leading athlete through 3 rotations for the men's all-around standings. Vernayev of Ukraine, Belyavsky of Russia, and Stepko, Azerbaijan. To be averaging just under 15 to be in that kind of company for your 3 performances today.
Well, pretty tidy. He'll be reasonably pleased with that. He punches his fist on the left side there. He feels that he's nailed that. Just a little bit of quivering on one of the handstands, but apart from that, the strength positions look really quite impressive. So the Irish boys had a good day at the office.
Russia at the moment have got all 3 of their gymnasts inside the top 10 in the all-around standings. Confirming, if we needed any more, that they're a real force in men's gymnastics. Sophie Bratton of Norway. Third to go on bars. You can see that coming. The previous circle, the leg form went.
Just went too far away, didn't she? And that camera shows. And then was grasping. She got contact, but was out of position to grip and stay on.
And a simple dismount for Sophie Bratton. Bad luck.
Yep. Disappointed with what happened. But again, she got back on and she's finished the routine.
Piked double to finish. 9-5. Sophie Bratton. Marked down in the execution, just a 5-1. (13.833) for Kieran Behan. It's got him in about the 16th position in the all-around standings. Relax now.
So there's still plenty to watch for the crowd that's in this gymnastics centre, just as they move through their final equipment apparatus.
Helga Varman of Denmark on pommels. Followed by Kristevsky of Macedonia. Farman's just about got it set up to his satisfaction. Still a warm-up phase, of course.
Yeah. You can see, you look around the arena, you just see all these gymnasts sort of just going through part of their routine. But the countdown will start, and we'll be moving pretty quickly into this last phase of the session. Bit of stalking going on around the apparatus. As like animals to the prey, they're just spying it like I'm watching that pommel. It's not going to move, but I'm still going to watch it.
Right, competition set to resume. Helge Varman. Clearing the handles nicely. Back together after a moment of separation. Is still working well. Good job, Helge Varman of Denmark.
Well, it didn't look rushed, did it? It looked sort of smooth and kept to a nice rhythm throughout throughout the phases of the moves along the pommel, and he held his positions well, and then simple dismount to finish.
Had some top 50 placings at World Championships on pommels in Antwerp a couple of years ago. He was 46th, and go back 2 years prior to that, and he was outside the top 100. So big improvement made late in his career. Has had a top 30 finish in vault as well at the World Championships. That was in Tokyo 4 years ago. It's probably at that age where you're just starting to think, should I keep going? Why am I still doing it? Is it because I don't have something else I want or need to do?
Yeah, maybe that, but you know, it's catching, isn't it? You know, you start to make slight improvements, and it still just sort of tickles your fancy, if you like. You still want to have a go at it, see if you can go even better.
Alina Sassin gets through her vault without incident.
Yeah, it wasn't the quickest on the runway, that's for sure. Slight deceleration into the layup, and
we saw Guillaume Gugliario on rings. Good performance.
he did a pretty good job, didn't he? So he'll be looking to build on that in the floor.
Tape running down the length of that right bicep.
Yeah, the way they use it actually is fascinating. I mean, it is a new type of tape. It's been around for 4 or 5 years now.
It's the Kinesi.
Yeah, the Kinesi, and it sort of fits the shape of the muscle, so they use it. So it's an insertion to insertion, something on the bicep, and it just gives that bit of support to. So you don't necessarily have a problem, but it aids. Supports.
See it on tennis players. Go for the brightly coloured version. Certainly gave the old Thomas Flares a workout. Well, I'm reassured though it doesn't attract a lot of value to your score. Yeah, just create an impression, I suppose. high-scoring moments are the twisting elements and the connection thereof. And maybe that's why he was avoiding them.
Yeah, he didn't quite catch that, did he? It looked good up until the point of contact, and then just went out of his control. But, lots to enjoy as part of that routine, including the flares, despite the fact they might not get the judges' attention. I like watching them.
Yeah, they look fantastic. It's flexibility and balance. You can only admire. Pretty good score on pommels for Denmark's Helge Vammen. A couple of the Latvian competitors maybe doing 2 vaults. Diana Yerofeyeva and Valeria Grisan.
Next gymnast on vault, representing Latvia, Valeria Grisan.
Ve kullanmakta kadın maçlar arasında nöbette ilk maçı Latvia ve Valeria Grisan'dı.
Right front somersault. Again, controlling that forward momentum. Difficult for her.
It is, and there was a lot of speed on the runway on that attempt. And it just continued after the landing, didn't it? So, again, probably could have done with just that tad more height off the vault. There, the block just needs to take you up a little bit more as opposed to letting that horizontal speed continue past the landing.
Grisan, 19 years of age, from Riga. So seen earlier at 12.833.
Good execution, but of course the difficulty wasn't up there, so 8.6.
Second vault. Similar kind of landing, really.
Yeah, it was a similar sort of movement after the landing had happened, so perhaps losing some points or losing some tenths for that. See her holding her breath as she comes in the slow motion replays. Show great detail. Eyes fixed on the vault. Spots the landing, but as we saw, just continuing to move after the initial landing has taken place.
Got that Kinesi tap on the lower half of the right leg.
Yeah, it's harder to spot when it's flesh-coloured, isn't it? So, you know.
Ellis O'Reilly on uneven bars, but not for very long. Just get herself settled down and back up. And O'Reilly, the final competitor on uneven bars. So O'Reilly at 10.366. Let's mark down under 7 for the execution. Never helps coming off. Very close to the end of the session. Grisan 13-4, and that's 11. So she's just going to miss out on the final, I would think. Needed to be 13-6 or above with their combined vaults. So I really would have hoped to make the vault final, but I think she's going to miss out unless there are a couple of withdrawals. Just waiting for standings really at the end of the first day of artistic to see the team competition positions at the halfway point of qualifying for all around, for apparatus finals, and the progress of the teams as they perform for medals, which will be decided in the second session of artistic tomorrow. So we do hope you've enjoyed this first day from the National Gymnastics Arena. Here are the men's team standings with Ukraine and Russian Federation. Been close all day with Azerbaijan, Belarus, Great Britain, France, Spain and Germany, the top 8 in the team standings. It is, of course, several competitions in one, but it is the team situation that will provide us with our first medals at the end of the second day of artistic competition. Positions 9 through 16 occupied by Romania, Greece, Ireland, Switzerland, Netherlands, Norway, Hungary and Italy. And at the halfway point, certainly those bottom 7 or 8 teams not really a chance to challenge. As is the case through 17 to 24 for Austria, Finland, Belgium, Poland, Serbia, the Czech Republic, Portugal and Latvia. But of course they've got athletes looking for places in individual finals. Hopefully we'll be able to give you the women's standings before we farewell you from the arena. The Russian Federation from Germany and Hungary, Netherlands right there and Switzerland, Italy, Great Britain and France, but the Russians certainly favoured for gold at this stage of the women's team competition with 2 apparatus down and 2 to go. And so a good day of gymnastics. Belgium through to Denmark, positions 9 through 15. We hope you can join us for more from the National Gymnastics Arena.